They have taken you from the Imperial City's prison, first by carriage, and now by boat, to the east, to Morrowind. Fear not, for I am watchful. You have been chosen.
My gods are strong and true, but even the might of the blades cannot stand against the power that rises to destroy us. Take my amulet, give it to Joffrey, find the last of my blood, and close shut the marble jaws of oblivion. I have failed. We are divided. In the end, I could not unite us. Our ancient enemy has returned to reclaim the lands that we took from them thousands of years ago. And this time, the people will have to protect themselves. They must find something, anything, to hold on to, and then give their lives in service to it. The Empire depends on it.
Howdy, and welcome to Creation ModCon 2022, our second annual moot about all things Skyrim modding from the biggest modding projects in the medium. Once again, the Skywind, Skyblivion, and Beyond Skyrim teams have come together to enthrall you with a dizzying selection of upcoming wares and showcases, and we can't wait to get started. So grab a snack as we run down with what you can expect from day one of Creation ModCon 2022. We'll begin with the Skywind Showcase, braving the ash storms of Vardenfell once more to see what the Skywind team have been up to since we last caught up with them. Then, at 4:50 UTC, we'll cruise into the first of two special reveals today, and hopefully our Q&A is plain sailing too, as it follows this special reveal at 5 p.m. UTC. So, make sure you get your questions in the chat nice and early to be sure to get the answers that you seek. Then, to round off the first half of our first day, developers from Skywind and Beyond Skyrim come together to discuss all things Dark Elf in our special 20th anniversary look at Morrowind. Then, after a quick respite, we return at 6:30 UTC with our Beyond Skyrim Showcase, where we join Beyond Skyrim's Elsweyr, Morrowind, and Atmora teams in a province-hopping adventure, before finally making port at 7:20 UTC for our second and final special reveal. What dark secrets could we be harboring, I wonder? You don't want to miss out, and you certainly don't want to miss the Beyond Skyrim Q&A at 7:30 UTC. Again, if you have any questions, don't forget to fire them at us in the chat, and we will do our best to illuminate you. Finally, we conclude day one of Creation ModCon 2022 with the organizer of the event having a, and I'm quoting a very British gentleman here, a good old chinwag about all things ModCon and the future of the event, as well as showcasing the winners of this year's contests. And remember, if you miss any of the showcases, VODs will be uploaded to YouTube. Now, without further ado, let's begin Creation ModCon 2022. Welcome to the Skywind Showcase. Howdy again, everyone. Today, we want to show you a direct comparison between the Vardenfells of Morrowind and the Vardenfell of Skywind. With us is Dal, 2D co-lead and self-confessed trash can, who will be providing additional commentary as well as gathering questions from the chat for the Q&A in about an hour. Say howdy, Dal.
Howdy.
We're also graced with the presence of Blue Gradient, landscaper extraordinaire, and Imperial sympathizer, one of our fantastic coders. Say howdy, y'all.
Howdy, folks.
Hello.
Next up, we have Skywind's own Renaissance man and all-around super cool guy, Super Cool Zix, 3D co-lead and Navmesh team lead. He will be in the driver's seat of the original Morrowind, which you can see down there in the corner. And finally, last but not least, piloting the Skywind Showcase, the inimitable, the magnanimous, me. Hi, I'm UCM. I do level design.
Hi, UCM.
Hi, howdy.
Hey.
But with introductions made, Zix, where in Oblivion are we?
Oh boy. Well, today we're starting off in Cool. This is a town that we really haven't shown off too much before. Hopefully this is a pretty decent first example of a pretty good direct comparison between Skywind and Morrowind.
Yeah, I feel Cool was a small town that I don't believe had a lot of significance to the original game either. Outside of the...
Guys, I'm sorry.
Yes.
Could you guys are a little bit too low. Could you be a bit louder?
Sure thing.
It would be appreciated by chat.
Ah, sorry.
All good. Just wanted to tell you.
Is everything good?
Chat, are we better now?
How's the volume, chat?
How's the
How's
volume,
the
chat? Is
volume?
it cool? Is the volume cool?
Is it cool and cool?
Is it cool over here? That super cool Zix come from cool?
Alright. I saw one comment that said sounds fine to me, so I'm going to take that as
Yeah, looks
Everyone.
good. The yeses are coming in. Thanks, everyone.
perfect. So yeah, Cool is a town that most people may remember from Blood Moon, and by remember, I mean it has the boat to take you to Solstheim. But aside from that, we have definitely expanded the place. Not expanded in the sense that we've added new NPCs, but given decoration that just couldn't be done in the original game.
Yeah,
Yeah,
our general...
so-
and excuse me, please go on.
It's okay. One good point of comparison is the dual arches in Cool. They were pretty iconic in the original, and you could see how grandiose they are in Skywind. Very detailed in comparison.
Definitely a local landmark, and they've wanted to decorate some. We've tried to make every area feel more lived in than they may have in the original.
Yeah.
So yeah, this area is finished in terms of level design and is completely nav-meshed, which is how you see NPCs actually walking around and going about their business, which is, still a work in progress in much of the world.
Yeah, another big difference between original Morrowind and Skywind is that in Skywind you can see, hopefully, maybe you can see some NPCs with actual schedules. So, in original Morrowind, NPCs just kind of walked from point A to point B. They
If
just kind of hung around.
There are also, of course, in this engine, the ability for them to interact with things such as sitting or leaning against this post here, and other sorts of things. Let's see.
You might also notice some idle commentary from them, as well. New idle lines and conversations between each other that were not present in Morrowind.
Let's see. One other thing I know that we've not shown off is we have started to get Redoran architecture finalized.
Which is
So-
big.
Yes, that will allow us to do a number of towns that previously we have just had to have placeholders in.
Skywind world premiere. First look at our Redoran buildings. Right now, right here.
Beautiful.
And the textures aren't final for Redoran, but we started putting in the first meshes. They are currently officially placeholder, but yeah, like I said, textures will still be, updated a little bit, but generally Redoran buildings, I think today the last building was generally finished, and we are making major progressions in that regard for Redoran.
Yes, the shape, the footprint, all of that is finalized essentially. So now we can actually place them and actually start building the Redoran cities.
Yeah.
Speaking of Redoran Guard, who I believe we have dialogue
Good to see
for.
you, friend. Got a problem? House Redoran is really steamed up about the Caldera land grab. They say that Caldera is in their territory, and that they should have gotten the charter. Worse yet, they say that Lalu is skimming the top of that Imperial Fat Cat company that got the charter. Since it's an Imperial company, Redoran can't even get a house war contract on it. It will come to violence. You mark my words.
Yeah, we have enormous army of volunteers willing to produce the hundreds of thousands of lines of dialogue that Morrowind is famous for. So, any aspiring voice actors out there, you are more than welcome to apply.
Yeah, we
Yeah.
still need a few different voice actors. I think we need female Dunmer, right? Female Dark Elves are still really needed.
Yes, I believe those are always in demand. You can inquire at our Discord for more details, but I think that's the case. So,
Also, make sure to check out our volunteer page.
yes, please.
Prominently featured right now on the stream.
So next up, let's take the Stilt Strider. So fast travel in this game is like the original in that it's organic, actually part of the world instead of just
Good day,
clicking on an
Outlander.
icon.
I'm Cool's Caravaner. Tell me your destination, and I'll tell you if I can help you. Care to see the sights? Where can I take you?
So Zix, let's head on down to Nisus. What do you say?
Nisus is a good spot.
Show something
Should
a little
be
more,
quite right.
little more work in progress. Just honesty is important. We also have wonderful loading screens courtesy of Furion. I know they only showed up for a second because unfortunately I have a good computer, but they are there.
Where would you like to go?
So yeah, here's a more work in progress city. So it's because it's largely Redoran, open spaces that are getting filled in.
What's this about?
But this is Nisus, a egg mining town.
Yeah. So this is the first time I think we've probably shown off Nisus. We, of course, beforehand didn't have any Redoran architecture. Now we do, at least in a placeholder state, in a state that we're comfortable with showing off. So this is a completely new town. It has some Velothi architecture. It has some Redoran architecture. It also has a Velothi tower in here.
Yes, belonging to a Telvanni wizard. Our favorite tax avoider, Dimnavani? These names are hard. Sorry, you're going to say something, Dal?
Yeah, I just wanted to maybe... Zix, could you bump up UCM a tiny bit as a tiny favor to chat?
Oh, I'm sorry, everyone.
He's still a tiny bit too timid.
I'm so timid.
So timid. What a timid man he is.
I'm so timid I'm going to go talk to this man who's standing in the water with no pants.
Oh my, what's he doing there?
So timid. Hey, buddy.
Hainab stole my pants.
Did he now?
I was taking a bath, and Hainab Lasamsi stole my pants. Maybe you could talk to him and get my pants back.
I guess we're now
Where
helping
are
this
you
man.
going? Come back.
No.
So this is one interesting thing to show off, alongside voice acting and questing in Skywind. The armor system from Morrowind is completely brought back with very minor changes. You can notice that the quest giver down on the river had no pants on. That's because he had no pants equipped or greaves equipped.
Similarly, I'm now showing a third-person view of the character, which you can see different gauntlets, different pauldrons. It's a little harder to tell, but the greaves, the pants, are different from the cuirass up top. And I know I have impeccable fashion taste. But yeah, so now we wanted to be true to that instead of just weird bodysuits that Skyrim seemed to favor.
UCM, I dare you to take your pants off.
Oh yeah? Oh yeah?
Oh yeah, yeah.
We gotta go find Hynab's pants first.
Wear them in front of him, please.
I believe in justice, and I will be pantsless until we get his pants back.
Nice.
If I remember correctly, they're hanging out over here for some reason.
I will listen, Outlander, but make you look like you have something on your mind.
May or may not be able to remember this quest by heart in Morrowind, so bear with me if I can't find the
It is a
guy.
such a small quest. So he could drown without pants for some reason. I always wear blue jeans when I go swimming.
Just how stupid
There are dozens
do you
of us.
think I am?
So he's not willing to give me the pants because, as you can see, his disposition is only 39 out of 100. We have also brought back the original persuasion menu. So let's try 100 gold. Does that
Such
get
a
me some pants?
pittance. Get more gold and we'll talk.
Okay, apparently not. Well, let's see.
Be-
I had better luck than you. He seemed to take the 100 gold.
You might have to
Maybe-
resort to more drastic measures if the bribing doesn't work.
Let's try 1,000 gold. 1,000 gold for a pair of pants. That seems fair to me. What do you say?
That's reasonable.
Okay, he's at 100 out of 100.
Quite a lot of gold.
All right.
If you wanted the pants that bad, why didn't
Only
you
cost
take
me my life
them? Here,
savings.
take 'em. It was a stupid joke anyway.
But you will gain the gratitude of a person you don't know. I mean, that's worth it, right?
Strange river living man.
Yeah.
Clearly some excitement.
Also, yeah, chat is saying maybe you shouldn't reward bullies, but you know.
Yeah, but I mean, we make you make very hard moral choices in Morrowind. And I think this
That's
is
true.
probably
Talk too much,
the
Outlander.
hardest of them all.
Haynab stole my pants.
Yes, I know.
You got my pants back. I wish I could stand up to Haynab like you did.
Now here's the real question, Chad. Should I give them the pants, or should I keep the pants? What do you guys think?
Or should he wear the pants?
I'll keep the pants. Let's see.
You too? What did I ever do to you? You got my
That
pants
just,
back.
We got some
wish I could
keepers.
stand
We
up
got
to
some
Haynab
keepers in
like
the
you did.
chat.
Some peepers? Oh boy.
I wouldn't
Yeah,
call the
that's
pants
gonna-
I don't have much
strictly
to give
free,
you,
chat. These
but I
pants
have
were
some
not
hackle load.
free, but
Here,
it seems
take
like
it.
people want you to keep them.
Thanks for getting my pants back.
Well, unfortunately, I did a good deed. I wanted the hackle low leaf, you see. I wanted it very badly. But alright. What do you say we check out that Velothi Tower? How are we doing on time? I think we're good.
Oh, we're totally good.
Cool.
No, we're not in cool anymore.
Uh-huh.
Someone had to do it.
Is this another world premiere once you enter the Velothi Towers inside?
I believe so. We've shown them off in screenshot form, but we've definitely not shown them
Never.
off.
Never live.
So, yeah.
Never in stream.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So this is
You
the
guys-
Velothi interior of Ars Drellin.
Y'all are getting treated to so many world premieres today.
So, this particular tower, the Telvanni wizard in charge of it, is known for a Dwemer obsession, a dwarven obsession. So, he's managed to get a few very simple sort of pipes and basic technology working, as well as general fascination.
So right off the bat, you
Little
can
guy.
see the difference between Morrowind's Velothi Tower tile set and Skywind's Velothi Tower tile set. This is a tile set that was finished relatively recently.
By Zix?
Yeah, I guess so. And there's about a dozen towers, if I'm remembering correctly, in the original game. We're keeping the exact same dungeons from the original, so we have about that many to design. Blue and UCM, you guys could probably talk on those.
Yeah, so the number of level designers we have, I think people have mostly taken one apiece for the most part. And personally, I had the idea for just like adding all this Dwemer stuff to it for a while, so I jumped at the chance to do this one. Yeah, so this one, as I said, I'm also just fascinated by the Telvanni and just every weird thing they do. So they have obsessions, they're generally brilliant. So I just wanted to show, but they're also tend to be sort of disorganized and a little manic, so I also wanted to sort of get that across. So he's collecting every scrap of Dwemer junk he can find. Don't believe he has dialogue yet. Nope. Excuse me.
Yeah, a lot of the main quest associated characters do not have voice acting just yet.
Yeah, we're finalizing the dialogue for the most part.
But yeah, the velocity towers are coming along quite nicely so far.
What? Why do you disturb me?
I didn't mean to, I'm sorry.
Whoops.
Alrighty, let's say we head off to our next location.
Yeah, I think I got a Mark in Saran. Do we want to show off Saran?
Yay!
Yeah.
Shows off a spell that was,
Yes.
I guess, lost in Oblivion and Skyrim, right? So we're bringing back a lot of the spells, if not all of them, from Morrowind. Mark and Recall being the ones that we're using now.
More of the lovely loading screens. Excuse me. Sorry, hang on. Oop.
I just used the wrong one.
Oh no. Yeah. So yeah, here we are in the city of Saran, near Vivek.
In an unknown location, basically.
Yeah. So one thing we want to show off is the difference in LOD available to us now versus the original Morrowind. So you can. Let's see.
Yeah, this is a crazy difference. Of course, the original Morrowind, was designed in very early 2000s. It released, I guess, 20 years ago.
Yeah.
And of course, the processing power, the computing power is nowhere near what we have now. So you weren't really able to see beyond, a single cell beyond where your character was standing.
Dix is permanently stuck in Silent Hill, basically, right now.
Yes. Yeah. Now you can see across the whole island if the weather's good, which it won't always be this good. Definitely not always this good.
You can even see the tip of Bardau in the distance.
So you can. Way
Oh yeah,
in
but
the
Bardau
distance.
is always watching. No matter where you are in Wardenfell, it always sees you.
Make sure you're not doing any heresy.
Yeah.
Let's see. Oh, one thing we can show off is where's the pawnbroker? Show off some of the item descriptions that we've got going on now.
Oh, yeah.
Are you still pantsless, by the way?
I might be.
That's good. Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. It's
You know
fine.
what? You're right. You're right. It's fine.
It's fine.
It'll increase
Fine.
my bargaining power.
Probably, yeah.
Listen, Outlander, but make it
It's
quick.
also quite hot in Morrowind.
Very true. It looks
Well,
humid.
What do you need, Outlander? Take a look.
Let's see. So yeah, now we're adding item descriptions to almost every weapon really, but as many things as we can, as well as providing much more information that actually helps the user. Yeah. Our writing department always needs more people because there is so much to write for these sorts of things, especially, the more important, the more grand the weapon, of course, the more descriptive of a text that it gets.
Yeah, honestly, really, writing appreciates you. If you have like a knack for writing, consider volunteering because we need so many people in that regard.
So one important thing to note, I think Imperial, you might be able to talk on this a little bit, but if you have, say, an enchanted weapon, every weapon, of course, along with any armor, is going to have an item description. Alongside the enchantment, I think you're able to toggle those between the two in the menu so that
You are, yes.
it's not mutually exclusive.
Yes, so there's plenty of room for each with that system in play.
Yeah, I think I've got. Yeah, so a little bit of information there that's visible.
Yeah. Speaking of menus, I think this would be a pretty good time to show off the skill UI.
Good idea.
Or the
Was
leveling
also
UI, I guess.
requested by chat a lot.
Oh, the menus?
Yeah, definitely.
Alright. So yeah, we've been building out much more authentically Morrowind menus. So you can see
No more
here-
of those constellations.
Right, no more constellations, no more little dots that you fly along now. It's you can see the different perks, the levels of those perks, what it gets you. And again, of course, there's placeholder areas for descriptions that, we may not have yet.
Also, all of the original skills, as far as I'm aware, are back. I think Imperial, you might be able to correct me on that.
No, I believe you're correct there. All the original skills are present at this point.
Very nice. And here we can see some of those descriptions that are written out for magic, for alchemy. And again, a work in progress, but a very promising work in progress, I believe.
Everything we're showing today is a work in progress. Don't forget that, please. But this is also still a big, like the text itself are still a work in progress.
Yes.
You
Be glad.
don't belong in here.
Okay. Goodbye.
Alrighty.
Things.
So is that all we wanted to show off in Saran?
I believe so. And I can get a slightly nicer look at things. It's a beautiful city. It's one of my favorites, personally.
Yeah, it's gorgeous, really.
So I notice over here, I think, down the way a little bit is a Daedric ruin. Do we want to show that off?
Oh yeah.
Another world premiere?
Another world premiere.
My god. We should be
Oh, I'm
featured
going to
in the
have to
Game
find it.
Awards. Yeah, good luck, Zix.
Yeah, have fun. Have fun.
I doubt anyone on the team has as many hours in Morrowind as Zix, but it's still hard to navigate.
Especially when I can't jump up mountains.
Get to the road so I can actually find it a little better. Just to give everyone an idea of what... oh, hey, there's Vivek. A little peek at it.
And there's always Bardao judging every step you take.
Ha, it's blocked by a mushroom now. Never mind.
Oh.
Right.
But that was really a bit like the Eye of Sauron, just hovering over Olenveld constantly, and you can see it every time.
But with love
Yeah, love.
and violence.
Mostly love.
Oh my god, I found it.
Nice.
It's a miracle.
Woo.
Through the fog. So yeah, here is our Daedric ruins. And this area has not been nav meshed yet, unlike Nesis or Cool or Saran. So that's why enemies are sort of placed only where they are, and even though he's in combat, he's not chasing me. Though he wants to. Look at him. Look at him. Right.
Oh, he wants to bite you. Oh.
Meanwhile, on my screen.
He's
Oh yeah, right.
getting your
Six
teeth-
actually has to fight.
just getting your teeth knocked out.
Yeah, by a gang of like a lot
Yeah.
of things actually.
You're just getting shanked on the corner.
I can... I'm being told there's no escape.
I'm not
Yeah,
convinced
anyway.
there is.
Just
While we're here, it's worth noting that I think since last time we've presented a video, new things we have are the Daedric exterior tile set. It's been completely finished. It's lacking LOD currently, but that's still a work in progress, as with anything. The interiors are also finished, so I guess we'll be walking into there in a minute here, once I finish murdering Mr. Morrow.
I can head on in. Save you a seat.
I'll follow suit in a minute here.
You can do it, Lix. You can get there.
Trying to sneak, but apparently I'm not doing it very well.
Well, maybe you should take off more clothes. It's, you know,
That's gotta
maybe
be
that
it.
helps. That gotta be it.
Oh.
Jesus.
So one thing I know we've shown a little bit at throwing weapons, of course, that I'm really bad at apparently.
Also, texture's not final.
Yes,
I think. I'm pretty sure.
right. Me
Yeah.
switch it up a little bit. Let's see. Most Daedra are very weak to lightning damage, so let's try that.
Dude, I'm also pretty weak to lightning damage.
I also don't like lightning, no.
I don't think I'm going to get hit by that.
Yeah, me neither. Honestly, don't get hit by swords in general, lightning or not, just alternate. You can do it, UCM. Go for it.
Finally, I hit one.
Nice.
Yeah, so we're hopping in here to show off, I guess, a little bit of gameplay.
Yeah.
We have a couple new, weapons that Skyrim didn't have, of course. We're recreating Morrowind, so we gotta have throwing weapons. We gotta have spears. We have, I think, some spells where you're able to use a hotkey to cast them, so you can wield things such as a claymore, and then, press a hotkey and shoot a fireball, for example.
Also, one thing I want to show off real quick: throwing knives like bows or like arrows can be picked up if you've missed, like I have many, many times. But I also want to show off our staves. We've brought back original Morrowind gameplay. They now can smack people, while at the same time can cast magic.
Help!
Oh, I'm sorry to do this.
Smack.
Smack.
Also, lighting is not fine either.
Yes.
Help!
Nothing is final. Nothing.
That's just a
You do art
defeatist
for this?
attitude.
Oh, I also want to show off one of the many things that Dal has done for us is provide illustrations for many, if not all, of the books.
I don't think I do that one.
Well, you've overseen it.
Dal and her team, I suppose.
Yes,
this morning.
Dal and her
Yeah.
team. Excuse me. Even though this area is it's a very large room, it feels claustrophobic and like I'm about to get eaten or something.
Only because you look so tasty without your pants on.
I need those pants. I should have. So,
Should
I'm
have
gonna do-
kept those red pants.
so one thing I also want to show off, we also have spells to provide electricity on your weapon. to basically create a temporary enchantment. So we're also expanding the magic system quite a bit. Which, to get a better view of that, now that I'm not protecting myself.
Only for protection.
Only. Taser staff.
It might look a little better with the sword, I think.
Yeah, I think the VFX.
Yeah. There we go. There we go.
Unlimited power.
Have you hit, I haven't been able to watch your stream 100%. Have you hit buttons on your way through here?
I have, but given our time, do we want to move on to Vivek?
I was going to say, yeah, one thing worth noting is that dungeon design in Morrowind usually left a lot to be desired for the time. Don't get me wrong, it's great. I love Morrowind. But we're adding some intrigue to dungeons that need it, such as Altsotha. Like, for example, UCM was pressing buttons to progress through the rooms rather than just, running through like a murder hobo and destroying everything.
Yeah, I apologize I didn't draw a lot of attention to it, but you can see here there were sort of bars extended across the door frame here, preventing me from going further in. Let's see.
But yeah, I think now would be a good time to head to our last destination.
Back to Vivek.
Already. And we're saying back to Vivek because last year, in November, we showed off Vivek. And now, let's see how it progressed. Also, I'm still saying Skywind is basically a dungeon crawler game at this level because our level designers went entirely ham with every single dungeon and added so much love and intrigue and puzzles to each tomb and Daedric shrine. It's insane. You will all have so much fun with it.
It's just a lot of fun to design these things. I love it. I haven't been able to play D&D since the pandemic started. This has allowed me to get my player killing instincts out in a safe way.
You mean your creativity, of course.
Yes.
That thing.
So yeah, Vivek is entering sort of the final stretch. There's still some stuff that can be touched up, such as this bridge, but a lot of the cantons have definitely been expanded and prettified compared to what they were before, such as the arena over here, or Telvanni right here. Also,
so if you compare this to the Morrowind shot as well, of course, original Morrowind did not have LOD, the long draw distance land, right? So all I can really see is fog, which is great. In Skywind, however, you're actually able to see the city proper, which is great.
Also, I want to point out that every canton has a entirely different design. Different layout, different shape, and different sort of motifs that allow you to tell what it is at a glance, instead of just the copy-pasted canton shape before. We've also provided maps.
We did pick up a lot of the original designs,
Yes.
which were planned for Vivek, but I think scrapped due to time or technical constraints. So a lot of this used to be planned for the original Morrowind, but they just couldn't do it for different reasons. And we further expanded on that, but it's not pure fanfic in our mind. Kind of this was at one point planned for Morrowind Vivek as well.
Yes, we drew a lot of inspiration from original concept art that sadly did not make it into the 2002 release. We also, of course, have added, some more realistic, sort of dirty aspects to the lower sections. Docks and shipping areas and things like that.
It's almost like Vivek is a living, breathing city.
Yes.
Crazy.
So last year, we showed off all this stuff, which is great. Vivek City's progressing along nicely. We left you off last year at ModCon with pretty much a cliffhanger. We didn't have any of the interiors finished yet. The 3D was still a work in progress. Level design hadn't started, of course, because the 3D hadn't finished. And we're happy to say that the 3D is actually done now for the interiors. All interiors in Vivek City, to include the unique buildings such as the Palace, the High Fame, all the wasteworks and everything. We have those finished in 3D, and the level designers have been going crazy to finish all of them. So that's where we're going to head next.
So,
Another world premiere, basically.
we've shown this off a little bit before.
Yeah, but not. Did we show it on stream?
We showed it on the gameplay video, I think. Also refresh it, which I will need to do as I have a very low-powered one, so that's why it's kind of slow. But
I appreciate that everyone can look like beneath you now, up into your bottom. You know, you don't
I need to
over
put pants
pants.
on. I need to put some pants on.
Mommy, what's the man doing there above us?
Are we headed into the lower wasteworks? Or...
I believe this might be the lower wasteworks. So now, you may remember Vivek from being the place that you got lost in a lot. And we have definitely endeavored to make the interiors a little more navigable.
Yes, we've kind of agreed upon, making the layouts more navigable by having extra landmarks and things that allow you to identify where you are in each canton.
Yeah, we want you to find those shops and, don't get lost on the way all the time.
That might be a problem as I try to follow UCM in his Skywind adventures. I am not familiar with where I am in the canton at all times.
Honestly, I would say this is the point where we can separate at this point. You can. We're not going to find each other because this is also probably the place where layouts differ more than anywhere else. Yeah, now we're in the foreign quarter. Unlike most, had an upper and lower wasteworks. It's a 4-story canton. I think I can show off like one of the nicer houses up here as well. The last big thing that Vivek needs, I would say, is it doesn't quite yet have NPC schedules, so hence this house being pretty empty right now. No one living here yet. Oop, bathroom. So yeah, that's the next big thing. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, it's a work in progress. Vivek is insanely big, so
Yes.
it takes time to schedule every NPC there.
But level design comes before NPCs 99 times out of 100. So as we get the level design finalized, we'll be able to start doing the NPCs more. That's the next step. One additional.
Yeah, it can just be a bit challenging to schedule NPCs, tell them where to go and what to do if they can't move around. So
exactly.
That's why level design and NavMesh have to be finished first.
So another difference between our take on Vivek and the original is there's a lot more on the outside now. You can see over in Telvanni, like most homes have an exterior door. I believe this is the Corner Club sort of balcony. Beautiful view. Speaking of LOD.
I think we might be able to hop into the foreign plaza, perhaps. There's a couple interiors up there that I believe are finished enough to show off. I think they'd be pretty good examples of smaller interiors.
Also, the plazas now are on the exterior in almost every canton.
Yep.
Which I believe they wanted to do in the original game, but technical needs prevented them from doing so.
Here, UCM, there was another pantsless brother, I think.
There's a couple.
Yeah.
We might. No, he's got pants.
Yep.
We might be able to check out the smiths. I think they looked.
Yes, that's the. So those are the guilds:
Pretty
Fighters
finished.
Guild and Mages Guild. Across here, the Dueling Smiths. Hey, buddy.
I will. You haven't been in Morrowind long, have you?
Yeah.
I
So
can tell.
again, just a quick example of this is the. I guess you could call it the common Balati tile set. A lot of the interiors are going to be using a common tile set, such as the interiors in Vos, all the temples, I guess all of the interiors in Vivek are using the common Balati tile set. It's also pretty much used to bridge gaps between the Balati tower tile set. So these two tile sets sort of converge at doorways, and you can make some pretty interesting level design based off of that.
And the idea there being that, Vivek and those Velothi towers were built at approximately the same time, so they would reasonably have very similar construction styles. But yeah, we also want to tell more sort of environmental storytelling, give you an idea of who this guy is. He's clearly a faithful person, and he also eats. What a story.
Yeah, we're trying to give NPCs a bit of a personality. We're like giving them hobbies, interests, and adding those little clutter items to their homes, so it just feels a bit more alive. So not every NPC has one bed, one table, one chair, and one chest, but they just have a little bit more to their character.
And when we get to scheduling, we can we'll see them actually participate in those little bits of environmental storytelling as well.
Yeah.
Also worth noting that that's an insanely difficult endeavor, given how many NPCs are in Morrowind.
Yes.
And are pretty much carried over into Skywind as well.
See, we've got about 3 minutes before the special reveal. Anything else we want to take a look at, Zix?
Trying to think. We want to hop over maybe to Olm's Canton, if we have time for that. I know, Blue, you had worked on that. It might be worthwhile to talk a little bit about it.
Yeah, I did. It isn't completely finished. The Wasteworks is almost finished. The Canal Works is coming along nicely. And we still have the other works to work on, but a lot of the apartments and the Wasteworks itself is pretty finalized.
I'm embarrassed to ask this. Which one's Olms and which one is Dellen?
Olms is the one on the left.
Thank you.
Going the wrong way.
There's a bridge.
Oh, apparently my volume's quite low.
Yeah, I was about to say, apparently Zix, could you tune up Blue in any way?
Unfortunately, Blue's at the max for me.
Blue, scream your lungs out.
I'm gonna have to scream for the stream.
Scream for the stream. I scream, you scream, we scream, something.
The Alienator comes, everything gets awkward.
Oh, ECM, head into the Wasteworks.
Ah, sorry.
It's all good.
Please forgive me.
UCM just wanted to show off more, okay?
It's so beautiful. It's really good work, Blue.
He's taking the scenic route.
I also didn't work on the exterior for.
Oh.
Unfortunately, it is very nice.
I don't have enough feet for my mouth at this rate. Lord. Now this is beautiful.
Oh, I didn't realize there was a tree in the original too.
Yep, that was one of the nice centerpieces that I kept, that I wanted to keep. I kept most of everything else.
Taking inspiration from the original. Love it.
Wanted it to be recognizable.
I mean, that's honestly generally our theme. You saw it at the beginning of the stream with Cool. we try to really keep what was there beforehand and enhance it, but always keep the spirit alive. So, it's a Morrowind remake. We're not just trying to add too much of ourselves. We really try to find this meld between the classic and the new. And I think in Vivek we've really nailed it, because there's a lot of new, but it still really feels like Vivek.
Yeah.
Sure.
I'm proud of the work that we've done, and I look forward to the work that we're going to do next. But, unfortunately, it is time for the special reveal.
Yeah.
So, thank you, everyone. Looking forward to seeing you again in just a little bit for the Q&A session. But first, let's go to the reveal.
Dear cousin, I hope this letter arrives in short time. Coming here, to this island, was a grave mistake. I knew I shouldn't have listened to that damned stranger the minute he stepped in the frozen hearth. Our town already had enough trouble with those damned mages. He offered people the belief that there was a better life waiting for us on this forgotten island. Promises of riches and a safe haven for every courageous soul who lusted for discovering the secrets of new, faraway lands. You know me. I was the explorer in this family since the day I could crawl. I only sought to provide our family more wealth and stability. A good heart was my demise. Something dormant woke up in this unholy place. Soldiers are coming in wounded, delusional, completely mad. They locked down the city. Food and water is being rationed. Scouting parties are going out and, well, sometimes they never come back. The nights are long and cold, and I fear my days are coming to an end. Stay away from these lands. Don't come looking for me, cousin. I need you to warn as many people as you can to stay away from these merchants and fairy tales. It is too late for me. Goodbye, cousin.
watching the stream. About Olenveld. Well, the trailer you just saw was probably the last trailer I will produce. I'm reworking some stuff on the mod itself, the landscape. I'm touching up some quests, trying to add more fine details. And I probably won't reveal anything else to avoid spoilers. But if you follow my Discord, perhaps you get a sneak peek onto some stuff, but not that much. I'll try to keep it as closed as possible for now, and I'm aiming at 2K23 to release the mods. I don't have a specific date, but it will get there.
No, we can't wait. About how long have you worked on it?
Well, total hours on the CK are about 2,000. So since I have like one or two smaller projects that never saw the light of day and were mostly just for practice, I guess I have like close to 2,000 hours of development time. Development time is now a little bit slower because well, not unfortunately. Fortunately, I have a full-time job and real life puts some pressure, but I don't have as much time as before. But I'm still developing it at a nice pace.
Very nice, very nice. And I can relate. I think we all have a few of those unreleased mods just hanging around in the back of the closet. But yeah, no, it's a fantastic looking piece of work. And you say release date, hopefully 2023?
Yeah, true. 2023, probably late, close to 2024, but my aim is for 2023, possibly late. Early seems a little bit rushed.
Well, you know, best that it be good than rush. So wish you all the luck in the world, and I can't wait to see how it looks.
Thank you. If you fellas have any more questions, I'll be happy to answer. And thanks everyone for watching the stream. And good luck for everyone.
Thank you. And with that, just a minute, we are going to go back to the Skywind Q&A. So I'll see you guys there. And welcome back, everyone. I didn't see all of you come in. I was just getting a drink. Don't mind me. Just gonna take my leave here. On to questions. So Dal has been gathering a lot of questions from the chat over the last hour or so, and now it's time to answer them. Some of those questions I'm sure will just be asking us to go places, but I hope you don't mind seeing a little more Skywind while we answer those questions.
Hey everyone. Okay, first question. Where the heck where were you just now, dude?
Don't worry about it. Look, it was convenient. It was close by. It was a good drink. It's called the House of Earthly Delights. Don't worry.
Okay. All right, everyone. Thank you for submitting your questions a lot. Thanks a lot for them. First question, I think by Landscape. Did you use any mods for the showcase besides Sky UI?
No. This is the latest build of Skywind with a couple of small tweaks just to make it play a little better, or be a little more upfront with what we're showing, but no mods at all.
All right, thank you.
Hello, War.
Question for everyone by Jaden Derby. Will the stuff Skywind makes become resources for other modders to use upon release?
I'm pretty sure that's the case. Once we release the mod, of course, whenever that happens, which it's going to happen eventually,
Yes.
it's out in the open. So we can't really stop people from using the assets that we give once we release.
And we wouldn't want to begin with.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Who are we to stop somebody making Vivek 2 right off the coast? You know.
Yeah, you're welcome to mod Skywind, and I think you're welcome to use what we made.
Absolutely.
You can give us you
me,
probably should
Master.
give us credit, but
Can you help me?
generally it will
Please?
just be another mod,
I fear I
basically.
am lost without your help.
Okay.
Please,
By
you aid a poor
Goat
uncle?
Unicorn, you mentioned Solstheim during the showcase. Is that going to be part of Skywind?
It will, similar to the actual game, it's going to be DLC. It'll be something we come back to after the initial release of the Vardenfell landmass. But we do plan to go to Solstheim. We do plan to create Blood Moon. We're very excited. Same with Tribunal.
Yeah, but we are currently, honestly, just concentrating on the main game. And maybe you know how long we've been working on it. Maybe that's good that we have this focus right now on the main game. Okay. Question by Wei. Will there be any new original quests or implementing of cut content by Skyrim, similar to what Skyblivion is doing with things like the Lost City of such, etc.?
I think it depends on what it is. Yeah, I mean, I can't think of any full-on quests that are being re-implemented that were cut, at least not currently. But there are things like, oh gosh, what's the Bone Walker, the dog thing? Are we doing that?
The proxy dog creature.
Yeah, that one.
Bone Lord's little puppy.
I think
I
that
know-
was talked about somewhere. I'm not exactly sure where along it is in the pipeline.
I know
Okay,
we had.
so-
I know we had the concept art of it. I know someone has been working on it in 3D, but in the end, it kind of depends if we actually do it or not. We have a few things which we can say we want to include it, and we don't want to necessarily spoil it. But yes, we are aware of cut content, and we're trying to add a few of them.
I do know, I can talk on one example. I do know one weapon, I think it's the Wing of Bats or something. It's like a two-handed axe. I think we already have that.
We do.
And that was cut content from the original, so we're considering all those things, at least.
We go back to
Alright.
that cut content well frequently.
It's true, yeah. Question by Landscape again. Will the magic system be just like the original, or did you have to make changes?
We definitely had to
and to
make changes to adapt it to Skyrim, but I think it's in many ways a merger of the two. So you can wield spells in your left hand, your right hand, or in the power slot, so like a shout almost. Or a fourth slot, if you're using a staff, you can have that extra spell equipped as well. The spells that are available are generally going to be what was available in Morrowind, and some additional ones that were available in Skyrim or of our own creation.
Yeah, I think we had to change a lot about Skyrim to get back to what it was originally.
Yes.
That was a big
Absolutely,
part.
yes. Repurposing the shouts for staves, for instance. That new animation is a repurposed shout animation.
Yeah, which again I can. So So freeze them and then smack them in the face. Sorry, I was just demonstrating on in-game.
Yeah.
It's also worth noting that for all the spells that we have to recreate, essentially, we'll be making like visual effects, right, for the hand slot, the explosions and stuff that they create. UCM, you might be able to show off like the drained health stuff that we have. These are some that have been worked on more recently. For example, this stuff is all of our own creation. These spells weren't in Skyrim.
They're restorations of Morrowind spells. So in the left hand is damage health, and in the right hand is damage magicka. So they're color-coded red and blue.
Now to find the victim.
I did see.
It's also worth noting that the spells will get their own sound effects. If you guys are big into sound effects, we need sound effects people, because we've got to make lots of them for spells and all sorts of things.
Yeah, if you're into SFX, consider applying to us. We need you.
We want you.
All right. Thank you. Next question by Savle Chechish, I think. Which aspect of the game should players be most excited for? Is there anything that turned out amazing and fans don't quite realize how great it's going to be?
Ooh, that's a very good question, because there's a number of candidates.
Oh man.
Right?
I would say the tombs.
I'm very excited for people to see the tombs.
They're ridiculous. They're just insane. I said it in the other stream, I say it again. We could just publish this as the Tomb Runner game, and it would be like a full-fledged game. It's ridiculous. They are so, each tomb is so intricate. You can sometimes take like an hour or two to get through one. It's insane.
Also, in regards to magic, we do have some custom animations. You can see, casting this spell has a sort of like a doorknob open kind of effect. Just small touches like that we like. Just to go back to the previous question.
Yeah, but also this is also something people might be surprised about, how many unique new animations we're adding, because we have our own animation department, and all the creatures we made will have their own distinct animations. So I think people might not know that yet.
It's these throwing animations.
Yeah.
We keep talking about it, but the animations that we have for creatures, hopefully soon we'll be able to throw some in game. The tools that we have available to us, even just recently that were updated, that are open to the public, mind you.
Yes.
They've been updated to a point such that we have like graphical user interface to actually change things like behaviors of creatures, which we really wouldn't have been able to before. So things like Yagrim Bagarn are finally possible.
I'm so excited for Yagrim. I have been working on the Corpusarium all the live long day for a while, and I'm excited.
Oh, you're waiting for your centerpiece to arrive.
I really am. I'm so excited for him. My boy.
Your boy, everyone's boy. All right. A question from Brett Delay. I know this wasn't present in original Morrowind, but are you able to equip the left and right gauntlets separately?
Yes.
Oh yeah.
Check this out. Ebony
yeah, do it,
gauntlet
GCM.
right. Now, naked. Now it's back on, and Imperial Chain Gauntlet left. Off.
Scandalous.
Same with the pauldrons, as you can see here. I've got glass on the right and one of many, many permutations on bone mold on the left.
Yeah, so if you're unable to tell, we basically brought back the armor system from Morrowind. It's 1-to-1 save for one aspect, which is you can't wear a shirt underneath a cuirass and you can't wear pants underneath greaves. You can wear pants and no greaves, but the two are mutually exclusive there. That's the only difference. Otherwise, you know, you can still wear a full set of armor and then a robe over top, so you can make, you know, like a battle mage build or something. You can go completely pantsless into the Ashlands and just be a guy with like Daedric pauldrons marauding around.
Go pantsless. Why you gotta call me out?
Yeah. Go to the Ashlands. All right. Question by Yeshik Ali SK. Will you use Skyrim random loot or Morrowind fixed loot? Will there be only one set of Daedric armor in the whole game like the original?
So
I believe there will only be a single set of Daedric, yes. But UCM, go on.
Yes, only one set of Daedric, and we are keeping more unique loot like the original. But you know, random chests and things like that hanging around, those do still use random, you know, rolls to determine exactly what you get out of them, which, despite popular belief, Morrowind also did actually. A lot of chests were random loot. They were not as afraid of putting an overpowered sword sitting out on a table, though, which we are also doing. But so it is a combination, but we think we found the best of both worlds.
Also to note that leveled lists have not been worked on the most just yet, so
Yes.
a lot of those decisions may be down the line.
Yeah, that will be one of the last things we do, is we get sort of a feel for the areas, how tough certain areas should be, and therefore how good the loot should be. So
yes,
yeah. So balancing like that will be towards the end of production.
Yeah, once we have everything.
UCM, for a change of environment, we could walk into Molagamer from
Okay.
Saran if you wanted to.
Let me check the map, honestly.
Take a brisk
Oh, if you
walk.
go east.
Okay, thank you. Next question by Valok Sekun. Do you use disposition system like in the Elder Scrolls 3? The system in Skyrim only has a few ranks compared to it.
we do. We use a Morrowind like disposition system of our own creation, as opposed to the 9-rank system of Skyrim. And that was a complicated thing to set up, given that Skyrim does not have that built in by default.
Yeah, so as you can see... Sorry.
No, go on.
I was just going to say, so as you can see here, I could call this man handsome. I could tell him I could beat him up. I could make fun of how he looks, or I could give him money. So yeah, it does work as much as possible like Morrowind. And when I say as possible, I think basically 1-to-1. Not even as possible. It just is.
Okay. Next question, again by Brad Delay. Will you be keeping Jeff Baker's original voice for Dagger of Ur, or will we see a new voice actor, whoever that may be?
We will
I'm pretty sure. It's a new voice actor, right? Because we're replacing all Morrowind voice acting.
Right. Jeff Baker's Dagother only had, you know, a dozen or so lines, whereas now, since everything's going to be voice acting, we would either have to hire Jeff Baker, which is easier said than done.
Let's start a Kickstarter.
Yeah. But essentially, yeah, we cannot use the original Morrowind lines and voice clips for that reason.
Yeah. Okay. Question from JB Gatewood. Will you be adding in any new NPCs or children?
New NPCs, yes. Children, no.
I think we have a few voice actors which sound young. So we implying like we have like people sounding a bit younger, a bit older, but we don't have straight up like these little children which were introduced with the Skyrim DLC. We don't have those. Question from David Holas. So, will the skill system be like in Morrowind with attributes and major skills, some perks that have special effects, or like in Skyrim just with different UI?
It will be like it was in Morrowind for the most part, though we'd have done a bit of different things here and there, such as the addition of perks. But broadly, attributes, skills are as they were in Morrowind.
It's almost a mix of Morrowind and a little spicy bit of Oblivion in there, right?
UCM, do you want to show maybe the menu again?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think our the major skill and minor skill system is more like it was in Oblivion. We have auto perks like there were in Oblivion, and just manually selected perks like in Skyrim as well.
Okay, thank you. Pit Fiends asked, is all or most of the general landscape done, making Vardenfell all or mostly traversable? It's definitely it's traversable, yes.
Yeah, there are some areas that need a lot more work than others. For example, the Grazelands. We've shown pictures of it before. It pretty much needs to be like finished. There are some spots that are completely empty in there just because we don't necessarily know what we want to do in the Grazelands. But for example, what was it we walked through earlier? Ascadian Isles, Molegamer, pretty much done. A lot of it is nav meshed already, so that's pretty much, locking it in place. Otherwise, you're disrupting multiple departments there at that point. Yeah. A lot of regions need some love and care, but generally speaking, as Dal said, everything's pretty much traversable at this point.
Yes. Also, I do want to say that with how far in the distance you can see here, the weather will not be this nice all the time in-game. For this showcase, we've modified the weather to be nice and clear for everyone. So I'm not fiddling with the rain or anything. Or ash storms. Just a side note there.
We aim to finish all exterior tile sets this year. We aim to do so. Things might happen.
Every year.
We say that every year, but we're on a relatively good track to actually get it done this year because there's not much left. We just finished up Redrun. I think Imperial is the only one left.
And Strongholds are also.
Oh, Strongholds, yeah.
Those are actively being worked on though. So is Imperial though. But yeah, so those are the last two sets, and both are currently being worked on.
Exactly. So I hope we will soon have a really much more finished overworld.
We've still got a lot of work on Redrun too.
Yeah, that's true. But it's underway. It has been started and there's progress. That's always good. Okay, thanks for that question. Question from Sky Mage. How much of the Morrowind map have you covered in terms of content? Kind of relates to the question beforehand, I think.
I think that's kind of the same one, yeah.
Kind of the same one. Yeah, like we just said. See answers before. How does the Sky? I'm sorry. This is a Russian name. I can't pronounce Cyrillic. I'm really sorry. I can't pronounce this. But their question is, how does the Skyrim map compare in size to Skyrim's map? Do we know that? Do you guys know?
I do not.
I think it's larger.
It's larger?
I thought it was smaller.
I don't even know.
Well, we can split the difference and say the same size then, right? Is that how it works?
Yeah.
There we go.
Roughly the scale of Vardenfell is larger in Skywind than it was in Morrowind. Am I correct in saying that?
I think so.
I don't know.
I apologize for our stuttering weird answers.
Woven in chat is saying it is a bit smaller. So I'm now referring to Skyrim. Skyrim.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Emperor Hotshot asked, what has been the most impactful development milestone for the team so far?
In terms of morale, I want to say Vivek.
I think we're thinking too much landscaping. Honestly, the coding people have done pure magic with the game.
That is very true.
There have been significant coding milestones, which are in shiny cities or armor, so they don't get that much, spotlight. But holy crap, our coding people are insane.
Wizards. honestly.
Honestly, Wizards, yeah.
If you're, I mean, just from the showcase today, it doesn't even compare to Skyrim. Like, it's a completely different game besides the hacking and slashing is still...
The fact that I can throw things.
Yeah, I was gonna say from throwing weapons to the different pieces of armor.
Yeah, just it's like I can't say like, oh, when coding did this specific thing, because they did so much. The whole experience would be so much less even if we had the same assets without our coding people thoroughly breaking Skyrim. So they just are our milestone. Coding team is the milestone. I'm sorry. Lockenstock asked, will Argonians completely retain their Skyrim design, or will they have traits from their Morrowind design added, e.g. fins, bendy legs, etc.?
I think we're trying to get some fin head designs in, as far as I'm aware. Those are relatively easy to do from a 3D and implementation perspective. However, I don't think we're working on making, what is it, like the digitigrade legs?
Yeah.
For one, we would have to triple the amount of armors that we make. I kid you not, we would have to triple the amount of armors that we make. And it'd just be a nightmare, honestly. So at this point, I don't think it's something we're looking into.
Yeah, because the legs would change the skeleton of the character and you know what things like attach to, and yeah.
I think we will add new hairstyles, and we will also add new for gadgets, and also for the beast races we will also add like the fins and nice ears or something. Everything that 3D can do relatively easy without giving us too much additional work. So all of those things are definitely planned. Question from the Sword Art Online Dick Riding Association. How much, if any, consideration was made during development for players doing modded survival playthrough?
Not really, no. We don't keep mod compatibility in mind when designing Skywind.
We look forward to mods being made for Skywind or made compatible for Skywind, but at this stage in development, it is very much an afterthought at this point.
Yes.
It'd be too much of a hindrance.
Mm-hmm.
Really.
We look forward to play your mods for our mod, but we...
Yes.
we don't... you know... We're trying to finish this eventually. Thomas Baker asked a significant question. I want all of your attention here. Is Vivek blue and yellow or yellow and blue?
Oh.
Blue and yellow.
Oh.
He's gray and gold. Come on.
Oh.
I'll fight you. I'll fight you, Zix.
Yeah, fight. Go in the pit. Go fight. Oh.
I cannot confirm nor deny that I'm colorblind.
We do have a work in progress Vivek Arena where UCM and Zix can eventually fight. So that has also been finished in 3D.
We could show that. That'd be kind of cool.
Yeah, show. It's not. It's
Vivek right now.
Yeah, it's not cluttered yet, but the inside of the arena is done by 3D Mesh, so that's actually a cool thing to show off.
Yeah.
Nice. Okay, while UCM goes there, Pit Fiends asks, do you plan on creating unique models for the divine NPCs, Vivek and Dagoth Ur, and if you do Tribunal, Almalexir and Seth?
That's the plan.
The answer is maybe one of those, and if the unique model are already in-game. Whoa.
And we're very excited.
Maybe they're close, and we're not showing it.
It might be right up the street, technically.
Yeah. We already had too many world premieres. Y'all can take more world premieres. It would be. We are now doing the world premiere. Yeah, heart attacks left and right. The last world premiere today is UCM entering the arena.
Which again is
beyond that.
Doors were linked. Dang.
Yeah.
If a door is linked, yeah, there's one.
Yeah, so it's uncluttered at the moment, but you know you can see like the exterior through there, like get some nice dramatic shadows.
The ceiling looks so good. Like this leather. I don't know. Is it leather? Actually
Supposed
looks
to
like
be,
the
yeah.
sun is shining through. It's lovely.
It looks amazing, but also just imagine how this place must smell. Anyway.
Anyway, the next question. Question from Devin D. Any use of Radiant AI for quest generation?
I don't think we've used. Yeah. Well, I mean that's a bit complicated question. I mean, we do have things like random encounters, and we are making use of what is called the story manager to start quests. I don't think we have any randomly generated quests just yet, not full-on fetch and retrieval stuff like Skyrim had, bounties, that kind of thing.
No settlements will be in danger.
They won't, no.
No.
Preston Garvey has not made his way to Vardenfell.
Yet. Who knows what will happen in the future?
Someone's gonna mod him in, you know it.
I want it to be the first mod, even before the TT. Even before the TT mods, I want Preston in
but
here.
But will he beat Thomas the Tank Engine?
Who knows?
I hope so.
Okay. Question from Josh: will there be homes outside the Great House strongholds?
Great House strongholds.
Will there be player homes? I'm sorry. Will there be player homes outside the Great House strongholds?
Oh.
The strongholds, as in the player houses you build. I mean, we do have those in game. Yes.
Yeah. Besides those, outside of those.
Oh, yes, absolutely. For instance, there are certain houses you can purchase of characters that will die or otherwise be indisposed after a certain quests. For instance, Foreign Gilneth and Sadanin, you can purchase his shack after he is dealt with.
Dealt with.
Okay, question by Jared O'Connor. I know it's a silly question, but is Daedric Helms finished? I was curious of the art direction, and no. They're not done yet. Sorry, still a work in progress. Everything Daedric takes like a billion iterations. It's a lot of work because everyone looks so much for it. It's hard to nail, honestly. So it's still
great.
The armor looks great, yes, and now we need to add the rest to the set. But not yet.
We've recently shown off like the shields, I think, and
oh yeah, right. The
Discord.
shields are done. Yeah, that's true. They're very on their way. That's true.
Don't know where to
And
grab
they're lovely.
one right now, or otherwise I would show one off.
Yeah. Next time. We need to show something next time too. Okay.
Might want to start wrapping up here.
Yeah, maybe the last question, or do you want to wrap up?
Yeah, let's do one more.
One more question.
Might have time for one more.
Caio Henrique asked, is Skywind going to have the dice roll system from Elder Scrolls 3?
Easy question.
I guess in terms of the combat.
No.
Nope.
No dice. No dice here.
Yep. Sorry to say.
Yeah.
But I hope you're excited by the combat that you have seen. We're trying to vary it up a little bit from the Skyrim basics. But that is the last question that we have time for. So please stick around, though, for coming up next. We have the Morrowind Anniversary roundtable discussion. See you in just a bit. Hello and welcome back again. Hope you're not sick of me yet. This year, the original Elder Scrolls 3 Morrowind turned 20 years old, so we thought it would be fun to talk about it a bit and see how two very different projects are reinvigorating the feel of Morrowind through Skyrim modding projects. Today, we have me, again, UCM, Zix, Blue Gradient, and Imperial Sympathizer from Skywind. With us as well, we have Meglos and Larian from Beyond Skyrim Morrowind. For those of you who are unfamiliar, Beyond Skyrim Morrowind takes place in the current year that Skyrim takes place, while Skywind takes place back in the original time of Morrowind. So, hello everyone. Meglos, would you mind introducing yourself?
Hi. Yes, I'm Meglos. I am the art and writing director and one of the project leads for Beyond Skyrim Morrowind. I've been on the project for about 6 years now. Yeah, glad to be here with you all.
Here as well. Larian, how about yourself? Say howdy.
I am Larian. I am the 3D art and design director for BS Morrowind, and also one of the other project leads. And also, obviously, it's good to be here.
Good to have you here as well. So I would like to begin with a fairly simple question available to anyone and everyone. How did you get into modding, and why did you choose Morrowind for your current project?
Do you want to go first, Meg?
Well, I mean, Morrowind was kind of one of the sort of first games that I really kind of got into when I was a young teen, and I just everything about the aesthetic and the way that you kind of experience the story on your own terms really hooked me, and I just thought that if I was going to do anything creatively, I might as well do it in a framework that I was already interested in. And so when I found Beyond Skyrim Morrowind, I just kind of went for it, and then here I am leading the project.
Yeah, I'd say more or less the same for me, to be honest. I've kind of dabbled in modding and 3D art and level design since I was quite young, so yeah, I guess it was kind of a natural conclusion to kind of end up in this position.
Makes sense. How about Blue Gradient? How about you? What brings you to Morrowind?
Hopefully people can hear me speak this time. Not sure if the audio has improved at all for me, but if you can, I initially played Morrowind back in probably 2003. Actually, no. My brother played it back in 2003. And I was still kind of a small brain youngster at then, so it kind of overwhelmed me. And then I probably actually played it for real back in 2011, around the time that I got into modding for Fallout 3 and Fallout New Vegas. So, and then for Skywind, getting into Skywind, it was one of the projects that I was keeping up with for a long time, and I figured, I might as well volunteer for a project where somewhat of the skills that I'd gotten in modding Bethesda games were relevant.
Awesome. Imperial Sympathizer, Zix, either of you have anything you want to bring up? Your stories?
Yeah, I think my story is pretty similar to Blue. I definitely got into modding other Bethesda games first with Fallout, but then made my way over to Skyrim. And I think, unlike some of the others who have spoken, I'm a bit. I didn't get into Morrowind until much more recently, but probably only 2018. But I really admired the just a lot of the design of the game, the feel, that stranger in a strange land sense to it really stuck with me, and I like that more than a lot of other fantasy environments. And so when I felt I had the skills to contribute to Skywind, I hopped right in.
Very nice. And Zix, how about yourself?
Hey. Oh lord, I think I started modding in college, and that's about the same time I played Morrowind. And Morrowind really spoke to me. I don't know why. Honestly, I thought it was great. The differences in cultures of like every, there's like so many different cultures in there. You could sort of relate with one, or two, or three. It's different every time I play. And modding was really great just because I was able to give. It was a sort of creative outlet that I really didn't have at the time. So yeah.
Awesome. I know since I'm also participating in the roundtable, my own experiences are very similar. To a lot of yours, honestly, I played Morrowind when I was just a little kid. Didn't understand what was going on, barely managed to fumble my way through the main quest and not really do any side quests. But then Oblivion came out a couple years later, and I played that to death and back. So in a lot of ways, and I modded that. I modded everything I could in Oblivion, first gaming PC. But Morrowind, like the aesthetic, the environment always sort of captured me personally. So when I grew up a little more and I had some spare time and some skills, under my belt, I decided I want to join a project. I want to contribute to something. And I looked around and decided it'd be nice to sort of rediscover Morrowind in a lot of ways. Like I knew about the story. I knew I'd experienced it once before, but seeing it as an adult is like coming home in a way, in a very nerdy way.
That's very well put.
Very, very nerdy. So I feel like the answer to this should be yes, but how do you take inspiration from Morrowind? And what challenges are there in doing so? And I'm very interested to hear the difference between how 200 some odd years changes things. For example, I know in Beyond Skyrim, Red Mountain has erupted. So how do you, Meglos and Larian, how do you guys sort of interpret what we saw 200 years ago with the post-disaster Morrowind?
I would say that it's a pretty big part of how we approach every aspect of the way we design everything. I don't know, probably not very well put, but I guess my point is that because it's a different game, in obviously, and with Skywind you have, I would say, the luxury of it being a self-contained experience, if that makes sense. Whereas with BS Morrowind, you need to kind of be able to transfer between Skyrim and Morrowind and make it feel like the same game, if that makes sense. So we've had to adjust a lot of the way we approach visual style and even the level design itself, I guess, to match that. And I would say that's probably more influential than the whole Red Year stuff. Obviously, that's influential in terms of just everything being a bit more ruined, etc., and Vardenfell being borderline uninhabitable. But yeah, I guess that's probably the main thing that influences that sort of thing. Kind of, yeah.
And so with regards to the art style, I think a lot of it is just for example, the Dwemer set which we've spent a lot of time working on, we can't really do basically a replica of the Morrowind set because it just would look weird alongside Skyrim's art style. So what we've done is we've just taken various bits of the aesthetic that we like, things that we think like evoke the Dwemer aesthetic from Morrowind, and combined it with a lot of the design aspects and the visual style of Skyrim to make it into our own thing, kind of.
Yeah, put better than what I said, but yeah, exactly. Yeah.
You're both well spoken. That is absolutely fascinating, and I'm very curious. Blue, how would you say that Skywind does it differently, considering that this is before the eruption and is meant to be a recreation of the existing game?
Probably. Well, in that case, we're probably supposed to. We're definitely trying to make it a lot more similar to the original, I guess. And for me personally, the most inspiration I get is from the atmosphere of Morrowind. That was it's probably the most memorable thing about Morrowind for me. And that has a bunch of factors. So it's, things like music, ambient sound, and lighting. So when I do things like level design, it's trying to strike a balance between that while also kind of trying to make it feel like a modern telling of it that isn't bound by a lot of the original game's constraints.
Mr. Sympathizer, if you don't mind me putting you on the spot, what about mechanics? Since we in Skywind are sort of put on the spot and expected to create these mechanics. People will always be comparing the original game to what we create. How does that approach you?
Yeah, so we absolutely try to recreate certain mechanics, but there is a balance to strike. Earlier we talked about how we're not doing dice roll combat, for instance. So we have to strike a balance between, what Skyrim does, what Morrowind did, and our own thing. How do we get that to mesh nicely? And that can be a challenge, given Skyrim might not have an equivalent to to a system that Morrowind had. For instance, the way a dialogue worked in Morrowind, you say a keyword to an NPC, they give you a line back, and any additional keywords that were said in the NPC's line, then you can ask them about that. Skyrim doesn't really have an equivalent for that, so we kind of just have to figure out how to recreate that and make our own thing, or yeah, it's a bit of a... So it can be tricky. It can be tricky to strike a balance.
That makes a lot of sense. And finally, Zix, how do you say on sort of the art direction, 3D, all that?
Oh boy.
Yeah, very open-ended question.
Well, 3D basically has to take everything from the 2D department, the concept department. Like they'll start off with something. As far as I understand it, I can't speak for them, but you have the best reference in the world for recreating a game. You have the original game, so you start off with that, and then you have to sort of understand what the constraints of Skyrim is, right? It's really funny, actually. Like all the old armors, if you look at all the old armors, there's quite a bit that, artistically speaking, it looked like the greaves were separate and the cuirass were separate. Some examples being like the chitin armor, and that was back in like the forum days when the dream was sort of, let's separate the armor system. And then there was like a couple of years where it was thought impossible or nobody really wanted to do it. So a lot of the armor design sort of shifted towards more of the Skyrim style, where it was, the like you had said earlier, I think the bodysuit, like the skin suit basically of every piece of armor slapped together.
Right.
Yeah.
It's just and I see why they did that sort of thing, but it's also because avoiding clipping and all that. But it's it's kind of lazy. It's a quick and dirty solution, and I'm very proud that we're doing a much more involved fix for that.
Yeah, and the same thing goes for architecture too, and like everything really. You know, the best reference you have is the original game, and then we sort of put our own spin on it. We want to give Daedric Ruins a better feel, for example. Each one is a little more unique. I think our tile set is upwards of like 700 pieces just on the exterior, whereas in original Morrowind it was something like 17 pieces. So there's a lot that goes into it.
It's interesting when you say that you have the best reference in the world of the original game, because I think one of the challenges I've found as art director is basically trying to like interpret the style of the original game. And you bring up your example of the Daedric set. When we were designing our Daedric set, we basically found that like a lot of the very memorable silhouettes and little things that you notice about the set in Morrowind were just things that wouldn't work in the art style of Skyrim and the way we were doing things. So, for example, the buildings that have the kind of the tops that kind of bend outward like a kind of tree, and they've got the little fronds on top, for lack of a better word. There's basically no way we could accurately replicate that without it looking kind of dated and a bit weird in the way we were doing our art style. So we ended up kind of going for more different kinds of shapes. And I was just wondering what like your experience on the Skywind side of that was.
Oh yeah. At least from my perspective, having created the 3D assets for the Daedric exterior, it's very much from the original. Like, I think they're supposed to be ruined shrines, right? So they're kind of a mess, but therein also lies the challenge, right? It's kind of a mess. So how do you really pick out things that are significant enough to sort of keep, and also not make your version look like a complete mess, for lack of a better word? I think now we're able to use like a lot more textures with like processing power and whatever. We're allowed to give like a lot more details to sort of more of the detailed pieces. But yeah, like not everything transfers very well from, I guess, quote unquote, that great reference, right? The original reference. It's not always great. So I think using the sort of you had said it, I can't remember what it was exactly, but interpreting, that's what it was. Interpreting what Morrowind had and making it actually feel good, I suppose. There's a bit of a balance to strike there.
I think it's out there. As I said before, it's like, so you could almost sort of forge your own art style, like, which I think allows you to be closer to. It's probably a good thing because that's kind of the point, right? But like, as I said before, like if you go from the white Skyrim,
Larry, I'm sorry to cut you off there.
Yeah,
I think something might be going on with your mic. I'm sorry, you're coming through very rough. Sorry. Okay.
That's not very much better. That's a little worse.
Okay, so apologies. If he survived, I hope he will be back.
Rip to a real one.
Yep, pour one out. Okay, please, no. Nope. Okay, so moving on to our last question. Sort of more of a fun one. What's everyone working on right now, and how much fun are you having with it? Well, let's hear from Meglos first.
Right. Currently, I'm mainly personally focused on getting the last of the writing done for the New North. We're very close in terms of quest content finished, so it's just about plugging those last little gaps. Um, yeah, and basically everything's about the New North for us right now, just polishing all of that and getting it all in place.
That's exciting. Can't wait to see it. Mr. Sympathizer, how about yourself?
Currently, I am working on quests for the most part, specifically Imperial Legion quests at the moment, as well as fixing various bugs that Quality Assurance has found with quests I've worked on in the past. I'm getting pretty close to having gone over most quests in the game at this point, so I'm hoping in a few months' time that'll be not done, but as wrapped up with it for the time being as I can be.
I am excited. Zix, how about yourself?
What am I working on currently?
Yeah. Which of the dozen things do you want to talk about?
So I think what I have on my plate next is, I guess the last thing I finished was most of the Velothi interior pieces, all of the Vivek City like unique interiors. So like the palace is done, the High Fane is done. So I'm sort of lacking for an architectural thing to really sink my teeth into. And I think the next thing on my plate specifically is the Imperial tile set. Hopefully the exterior Imperial tile set. I can get my hands on that and then sort of work on that. It'd be really great because we really haven't shown any Imperial forts, really. So having that to work on would be great. We'd be able to show off so much.
Yeah, as we mentioned in the walkabout, once we've got the Imperial forts and the strongholds, we are finished, I believe, with exterior tile sets, which is a huge milestone. So very excited for that. So Larian, now that your mic is no longer
I'm very sorry
exploding.
about that. That was I did a mic test with Meg before joining, but that's never happened before. So
you sounded normal until you didn't. So it's
restarting
fine. No
Discord
worries.
seemed to fix it.
No worries. We were just going around asking, like, what are you currently working on, and what are you having? What's fun about it? What are you enjoying about?
What am I currently working on? That's a good question. I'm currently in a little bit of a hiatus with active like development because I'm in my last year of university. But
congratulations.
Intermittently, thank you. I am helping out just in general 3D stuff. Before I took my hiatus, I was working mostly on the tile sets. So, this, by the sounds of it, in a similar sort of place to where you were, what you guys are working on in Skywind, and also a lot of the plants as well. So, like the harvestable plants, like fire fern and that sort of stuff.
Sure, it's going to look fantastic. And finally, I believe the last person, besides myself, is Blue. What have you been working on?
Yeah. Similar to you, in fact, we've both been working on Vivek interiors. So those are coming along quite nicely. I personally am working on the St. Olm's Canton. So that is chugging along, along with all the other cantons that other members are working on. Alongside also finding more stuff for people like Imperial to fix with quality assurance.
And find them you do.
You do. So finally, myself, as I mentioned very briefly in the walkabout, I have been working on a major Morrowind dungeon, sort of the end of the third act or the first act of the game, the Corpusarium. I have been pouring a lot of time and attention to that lately, and I don't know if we'll be showing it off too much, just because, again, it is a main quest area that we want to surprise people with, but I just want to let everyone know it is going to be fantastic, I like to think. I hope. Please like it. So yeah, with that, does anyone have any closing thoughts? We have a few minutes before a brief break, and then we're back with the second half of the day.
I found it very interesting hearing the different approaches that we have to this sort of stuff. I had not really thought about it that much before, but it is interesting how, the different angles that we approach all of these aspects of development from.
It sounds a lot like the way we sort of work through our art style and kind of aesthetic conundrums is sort of a similar process to what you have to go through with mechanics, which is interesting.
Absolutely.
I, for one, am excited to see more of the New North. You guys are killing it. Holy crap.
Thank
the
you.
Stuff you guys have are so nice. Every time I look at it, I'm like, man, that stuff's good.
That's just one archipelago. You've got a whole, continent.
Exactly.
There's more.
So, yeah.
Maybe it's too far off in the future, but I can't wait to see a completely destroyed Vivek City. Oh man, it's gonna be great.
Right?
I
won't lie.
We can't think about the rest of the province.
If it took us 6 years
just
to
finish the New North. Just finish
2% of the landmass. That's how many years to finish? Anyway,
I do want to echo what Zik said there when we were talking about destroyed Vardenfell. All I could think of is man, we're so proud of our Vivek. How must it look in their version?
In our version, it's just a hole. There's none left.
Yeah,
I can't.
It's not even
on our overhead map that we released of the whole Emriel. It's just a hole.
Which is a bit of a shame because it look cool destroyed, but you can see Balmora and stuff semi-destroyed with
Okay, I mean it is a big rock. It is a big old potato.
It's a big old rock.
There.
It is. Yeah, exactly.
Makes sense.
It is a big old potato. Big yam. But yeah.
we call it, I think it's actually referred to in the Skywind files as the danger potato.
Dangerpotato.net. That's great.
I think that's basically it, yes.
I think that's good. I like that.
Well, with that, thank you everyone for your time. But I think we're going to wrap up, but stay tuned everyone, because this is not the end of the first day of ModCon. Next, after all, we've got the Beyond Skyrim Showcase, Elsweyr, Morrowind, and Atmora, giving you a peek at what they've been doing, along with another special reveal, and the Beyond Skyrim Q&A, if you didn't get enough, at 7:30 UTC. Let me pull that back. The whole thing doesn't resume at 7:30. The whole thing resumes in about in a few minutes. But yeah, don't go anywhere. If the stream seems to stop, just rejoin. If the stream cuts out, as we are switching streamers. But thank you, everyone. Thank you for your time. Thank you for your effort. And see you next time. I'm going to go eat lunch.
They have taken you from the Imperial City's prison, first by carriage and now by boat, to the east, to Morrowind. Fear not, for I am watchful. You have been chosen.
My gods are strong and true, but even the might of the blades cannot stand against the power that rises to destroy us. Take my amulet, give it to Joffrey, find the last of my blood, and close shut the marble jaws of oblivion. I have failed. We are divided. In the end, I could not unite us. Our ancient enemy has returned to reclaim the lands that we took from them thousands of years ago. And this time, the people will have to protect themselves. They must find something, anything, to hold on to, and then give their lives in service to it. The Empire depends on it.
Bingity bong, and welcome back to Creation ModCon 2022. I'm Captain Stu, and I'll be corralling you for the last half of day one of Creation ModCon. So let's not dilly-dally, but before that, don't forget you can catch up with anything you might have missed so far on day one on our Creation ModCon YouTube channel. And don't forget to like and subscribe whilst you're here. Now let's have a look at what's still to come today. At 7:20 UTC, we have our last special review of the first day of Creation ModCon 2022, and the Beyond Skyrim team want to take you on take you to a mysterious place that harbors dark secrets. Then at 7:30 UTC, the Beyond Skyrim team will try and ruminate and illuminate on any questions you might have for us in the chat during our Beyond Skyrim Q&A. Then our final segment of the day at 8 PM is about Creation ModCon itself, where we cover the ins and outs of organising an event such as this with the organisers, as well as the winners of our lore book, screenshot and art. But first, batten down the hatches as we join the Beyond Skyrim team for a bit of Tamrielic globetrotting in their special Day 1 showcase. Thanks for joining us and enjoy Creation ModCon 2022.
Hello and welcome to Elsweyr. My name is Rob C.B. Wilson and I'm the Elsweyr lead. Today we're starting in the Samershill Steppes region. And for anyone who's familiar with Elsweyr and has seen previous walkabouts and other streams, how Elsweyr looked in the past. And as we pan around, now you can see this is how it's going to look in the future. So you'll notice that the color has changed and all of the textures are new, as in the front of where the Khajiit, well, behind where the Khajiit is at the moment. You'll also notice that we're now wearing middle-class clothes, middle-class Iniquitan clothes, which is our first clothing set done for Elsweyr. This area now, finally, after years, actually resembles what the lore described, which is an ocean of verdant green grass, rather than the horrible brown stuff that you've been seeing for years. And as you can see there, we've got some rocks made by Hayden, who also happens to be the person who's driving us today. So thank you, Hayden, for taking us around Elsweyr. And you can also see some 3D pebbles, which were gifted to us by Matthew from Argonia. These replace the horrific Skyrim rock grasses, which we have had to use in the past. So those are now a thing of the past, and they will be replaced by those beautiful little 3D rocks. Now we're moving to our first point of interest, which is some Elsweyry foods. So you can see that we've got a couple of the Iniquitan beers there, as well as an assortment of sweet foods and other stews, etc. And you can also see that there's a cooking station and a ladle, which is just added there because it's a very nice looking ladle. And yep, and then we go. And here's another first for Beyond Skyrim Elsweyr. This is our first creature, known as the Kipta Retoit, which is hard to say. So throughout development, he's just been known as Herbie. Created by Asher 3D and implemented and animated by Lilith. The reason why he's not moving is not because he's broken. It's just because we haven't nav meshed the area yet. So if it had been nav meshed, he'd be happily bopping around the area, eating rocks as he likes to do. And just finally for this area, you can see these are the new grasses. These are waist height, which caused an awful lot of difficulty while they were being implemented and created because they're a lot closer to the player than normal Skyrim grasses. So they had to be a lot higher quality and look nicer, a lot closer up than what you would typically see. So yes, as you can see, we're just panning around and you can see the area as it will look in the future. This region is almost asset complete. We're missing just some herbs and a little bit of flora, and then we'll be able to start on the level design for this region. What we'll be doing next is we'll be switching to an asset turnaround. These assets have been created by Asher and with help from Scioli. Welcome back everyone. As if by magic, Khajiit magic, we're now in the Riverhold Hills. So as you can see with this biome has also undergone significant reworking. New grasses, new ground textures, new plants, new trees. It's almost asset complete. We just need a few more pieces of flora, some more trees, and obviously some rocks, which are completely absent at the moment. And as you can see in front of us, this is a Riverhold market stall that was stolen from down the hill. Riverhold is just behind us. This is kitted out with alchemical gear, which was made by Heresy and concepted by Sol, and is beautiful. It's not been seen before. Now we're just going to wander through the lush grasses of Riverhold, the Riverhold Hills rather, towards these stable buildings. These stable buildings are new as well. They form an extension of the farm building set that you've seen in previous walkabouts. They extend it significantly, adding a large number of new buildings. Windmills are almost finished, wells as well, and also actual stables. These are just farm buildings that can be used for any purpose, storage or whatever the farmer has any need for. And the fences have been replaced as well. So we're no longer stealing fences from Cyrodiil. These are actually Elsweyr fences. So this, in fact, everything apart from the ugly rocks that you can see behind is completely new. It's completely new and is all done by the Elsweyr team. We're not borrowing any assets from anywhere else. And yes, as we go through the new grasses, you can see that we've got flower grasses as well. The grasses have got flowers in them, which again was quite a pain from a technical perspective, but really adds to the ambiance of the area. And now we go up to what we affectionately know as Asher Hill. Called that because the olives were made by Asher, so they have already been shared with Iliac Bay. They will be appearing in Iliac Bay, but they will be a different variant with slightly different colouring. And the Iliac Bay ones will be harvestable. You'll be able to actually take olives from them, whereas the Elsweyr ones are just the tree, because Khajiit don't eat olives, so we don't need them. And they're beautiful trees, and we will be having more trees made for us in the near future. And we now get to our last point of interest, which is a religious point of interest. You can see the beautiful moon poles there made by Nodonutes, the cushions that have been round for as long as I have in Elsweyr. The Shrine of Mara there was also made by Asher, which is a beautiful shrine, one of the many shrines that we have in Elsweyr, finally starting to be made. And you can see that there's a small amount of offerings, moon cakes, sugary treats, and some prayer charms. And that is the end of the Elsweyr stream today. So thank you all very much for watching, and I'll hand you back to Stu.
Thanks, Rob. I think we've got some questions if you've got some time to answer them.
I've got time if we're allowed to have time. Yeah.
I think so. We'll just get some brief answers if we can from you.
Sure. Yeah.
So, will there be new powers and permanent buffs in Beyond Skyrim? Essentially, Khajiit martial art dances and claw dances. Have you gone that far into?
We have actually. So we've had some very exciting developments, which I won't share right now, but are out of this world in terms of a new school of magic for Elsweyr. And with the recent boon on animations across all of the mods, we are now looking again at what we want to do with our martial arts, because up until about a year ago, pretty much everything was impossible. Now a lot of things seem to be possible again. So we are looking at what we want to do with the martial arts in particular, because that's one of the things that the Khajiit are known for, is that kung fu stuff. So that is something that we're very excited to look at with the developments that have happened recently.
So that question was from Yushik Ali SK. We've got some other questions, but I'll save them for the Q&A later. So thank you very much, Rob.
My pleasure.
So we shall now move on from the tropical climates of Elsweyr to the bitter coasts of Atmora.
Time, isn't it? Oh, fantastic. Hello, happy to be here. I'm Hendris, and I'm one of Atmora's project leads. And I'm here to guide you through our showcase for this year's ModCon. And with that, welcome to the utmost northern shores. Welcome to Atmora. Today, we will show you a different region than what you have seen last year. Instead of the Forelgrim, the domain of the Woodland Man, we would like to take you to the region known as Southern Bay, the southern region of Atmora, the coast facing the Sea of Ghosts. Southern Bay was once home to the prolific and wealthy clan of Havkin. These peoples were fishers and merchants, shipwrights and sailors. On all of Atmora, they were the ones that could craft ships that even the Theodolic Empire could not hope to rival. By using the wood from the fabled Altmora and the less corrupted Forelgrim to the east, Clan Havkin established themselves as a dominating force throughout the Southern Bay. And today, we will show you one of their settlements. Well, not entirely. We shall show you what's beneath. Alas, civilizations rise and fall. Due to grueling wars between the political factions of Atmora, the Southern Bay, or Sudvik in the Atmoran tongue, was left scarred, plundered, and ravaged. And those that did not flee met their fate in these waters as the continent burned. On your travels through the Southern Bay, you may encounter what was left of the once prosperous South. In ancient times, merchants were not granted an honorable death. To the Havkin, those seen as weak were given a choice. Face the mighty warriors of their own clan in battle and end your life in an honorable way, or be condemned to sail the Sea of Ghosts until your last dying breath. But if a Havkin was able to persuade the whales of the Sea of Ghosts to carry them to Sovngarde as foretold in their sagas, they have more than earned their right to the great Temple of the Fox. If not, well, the sea and the snake would surely swallow them whole. Here, we have the tombs that are known as Felgrirekter Hafen, the harbor of eternal warriors. As it turns out, even a culture that dabbled in trade had to take up arms and defend themselves from those that sought to harm them. Warriors of Clan Hafkin were given a place in these tombs, as the Atmorans sought to protect the bodies of the fallen comrades from the fangs of the ever-present snake. Some say it watches Atmora from beyond Sovngarde, hoping to gobble up any wayward spirits to eventually grow until it may once again choke the fox out of the sky. Over the last half year, a lot has changed on Atmora, and we would like to bring you one of our new biggest assets, the interior tileset known as the Ancestral Atmoran Tomb. In these halls, the clans of Atmora buried their warriors, their mages, and everyone that was able to end life swiftly. However, after the fall of Atmora, the fallen did not stay for long, and a terrible curse was brought onto the Atmorans. A curse which left them standing, walking, and fighting past death. I won't go into detail as to whom the Atmorans have to thank for this life past death, but I can assure you, this life is not a comfortable one. The undead Atmorans still roam these halls with an insatiable drive to prove themselves in battle once more and to join their forefathers in the Hall of Valor. Incidentally, we have finished modeling and implementing these Atmoran warriors, as you can see. These tombs are as grand as Atmoran ambition, and thanks to the everlasting frost, a lot has endured. Although you might be able to spot a couple reminders of the frost outside, any explorer can safely wear their favorite set of clothing and armor while inside these ruins or any other caves they might find. The chill of Atmora won't reach you inside these forsaken tombs. On the outside, however, any person that is not wearing their expedition clothing will soon join the ice. As you may be able to see, all undead Atmorans are currently wearing the ancient Nordic armor. Don't be alarmed, this is just a placeholder for the lavish bronze armor that is currently being developed. You may, however, notice their blades, their shields, and their bronze weapons, which have already found their way into the game. Atmora will be a harsh and unforgiving place. On Atmora, stripping naked is a death sentence, and only a fool would try to swim to the shore. The nights are especially cold, and you will need to seek shelter if you wish to survive the night. The halls of Helgirekterhafen were not only tended to by the Hefkin and the Whale Cult, no. After the fall of Atmora, the land was left frozen, but the hearts of its inhabitants were still beating with magic that no living being has seen for 4 ages. Magic as cursed as it is ancient. Those of Hafkin blood pledged their life and their fortune to the great whale, whom we nowadays know as Stun, the god of trade, mercy, and ransom. The docks above were where those merchants would be sent into their final journey. Around the whole island, you might be able to find traces of the Hafkin, of the whale cult, and you may stumble into many tombs if you are not too careful. The frost has shown what lies beneath Atmora and what's haunting it. And here you can see the beautiful tile set modeled by Gamuret or 3D Elite and level designed by Isaac. By Isaac the wizard, a true wizard with the CK. And now meet the subglacial giants. Once, giants and Atmorans were almost indistinguishable from one another, but now they cannot hope to be more different. The giants, unbound to the fate of men and mer, adapted to the frost and its magic, and as such, they were able to resist the curse of frost brought onto them by a fiend best left unnamed. Yet their hearts were consumed by something entirely else, the frostfall itself, the cataclysm that transformed this once hospitable land into what it is today. Make no mistake, these giants are even less fond of you than those on Tamriel. No, these giants are worse. Subglacial giants have been driven mad by an eternal hunger brought onto them by the frostfall, which kept them alive when they should have long starved to death. During your travels, you will witness these subglacial giants dig up corpses frozen solid in a desperate attempt to eat them to sate their own hunger. As such, some have started to leave the glaciers to the north and come south, where you will need to make sure that you won't become their next meal. Atmora has reached many milestones since you last saw the frozen north. We have new assets like the ancestral tombs, the subglacial giants, and the undead Atmorans, among many more. Recently, we were able to model more intimidating creatures, which you might have already seen on our social media, like the terrifying Bonebeak, or big war boars that have developed a fur thick enough to endure the cold, and the white ice reaper crabs and Atmoran spiders that have adapted to the frost. 2 regions, Northern Mountains and the dreaded Foralgrim, have their writing completed, with a third one well on its way. If you wish to help us finish the frozen wastes of this ancient civilization, don't hesitate to apply. We are especially looking for concept artists, 3D artists, level designers, and implementers. There's certainly a joke to be made here, with Atmora being the coolest project of them all. And with that, I think we have reached the end of the line, haven't we? Well, I hope you have all enjoyed our look beyond the icy seas. Thank you all for coming to a little showcase, and I hope that you will continue to enjoy ModCon. Stay frosty!
Thank you very much, Hendris, for that chilling trip to Atmora. Just a quick question I've also got here. This came in from Corinthian. Will we be able to craft, wear, and temper and improve the bronze armor?
Yes, so I'm not too sure about crafting it, but you will be able to find the bronze armor that you've picked up from the dead, and just get them back into a pristine condition. We are aiming to give armors and weapon sets different conditions, and the players should be able to improve the condition until they are left with a pretty good-looking, pristine thing, if they have the skill and the materials to repair them.
Amazing. So obviously got more questions for you, but we'll save them for the Q&A later. Thanks once again, Hendris.
Happy to help.
All right, so moving into our final part of the showcase, we go from the cold, desolate wasteland of Atmora to the warm, desolate wasteland of Morrowind.
Hello. It's me, Meglos, back once again. You may have heard me back in the Morrowind podcast. And today we're just going to be going through a little quest that takes place in Dagonfell, which is the sort of main town hub in the New North. So you'll just be seeing a lot of Dagonfell, different areas and locales as we kind of go through this quest, which is just helping out one of the innkeepers with a addition to their bathhouse. So we start here just kind of showcasing the state of the basement of the End of the World Inn, which is newly rebuilt after the Red Year, named after the old one, of course. And we are going to be talking to the innkeeper momentarily.
Yes.
Now, voice acting is not in place yet, so you might have to skim some subtitles. Apologize for that. But basically, it happens later in development because there's very little point in adding voice acting in when not 100% of the lines are finalized. So Snorri Badwater, the innkeeper here, has just asked us to go and clean up some graffiti that's been on the outside of his inn. And this is one of the kind of the main themes for this town is the tension between the Dunmer and the Nords. There's a little bit of back and forth where they're not too happy with each other for various reasons, and you'll get to explore that a lot with the dialogue with the NPCs and in some of the quests. And now that we've cleaned up that little mess, we're just going to give it a bit of time, kind of get him to the next stage. We'll have to be doing this a couple of times just to power through this, or it would take a little bit too long. So we're going back to talk to Snorri once again. So he has an idea for a project to help expand the inn, which is to add a bathhouse into the basement. And you're basically being asked to go and collect materials for this thing. And we'll have to go and talk to a couple of the townsfolk, try and convince them to work together and give you the materials that you need.
Farewell.
So as you can see, there's a few sites to see around Dagenfell. The End of the World Inn is obviously the centerpiece of that. We've also got like the Cleverman's Tower you could see in the back there, and the main market square, which is kind of in the center here. Now this guy is because the player character we're using here is a Dunmer. He's initially not too happy to talk to you because he assumes that you're another one of those colonist Dunmer come to kind of usurp the Nords of their rightful territory, and he feels that way because that's the way a lot of the Nords in this town feel. With House Redoran coming in and kind of taking over most of the administration of towns in the New North, and it, to the Nords it feels like they're just basically taking all their resources and the kind of ancestral home that this particular faction of Nords has had. It appears that they're not quite out of their house yet, so we're just waiting a little bit here.
What do you want, little elf?
You notice we have used an illusion check there, which is something that was introduced in Beyond Skyrim Bruma, the idea of kind of mind tricking your the people that you're trying to talk to in order to persuade them into doing things for you. We thought it was just some interesting flavor to add to some of our encounters, and there will be other skill checks similar to that throughout the New North. So now that we've collected all the materials, we're going back to Snorri to confirm and move this thing along. After this, we are, I think, going to have to wait a little bit more, but we can check out the state of the basement. Every time you complete a stage of this quest, you can take a look at the progress that they've been making as you've been doing the work, and just watch the bathhouse develop as it gets built. So now there's just a little hole in the ground. All the materials have been kind of moved over into this side room. So if you remember all the crates and boxes that were in there before when we visited, Snorri has chucked them all into this room, basically, and filled it up to make room for the bath. So we're just going to wait a little bit now, find the right stage of the quest, otherwise it would take a few days of in-game time to progress this, and unfortunately we don't have that much time on this showcase to wait for it. All right, and at this stage, now that we've waited, you can see the bathhouse has progressed even further. There's now kind of tile finishing. There's some sort of decor in here now, and it looks almost ready to go. So we're just going to go talk to Snorri again and see what else there is to do. So last stage of this is to go and clear up a little problem with some rats and a little cave outside of the town.
Speak, elf.
So we're heading off now to take a look at this cave Snorri has mentioned, see what we can do to help there. But before we do, we'll just kind of check out the town a little bit. So there's a nice kind of shrine over here that you can look at and get a little blessing from. There's some neat stuff along the docks as well. This fishing crane that we have made, it has its own animations. It's very cool. You can actually ride it if you stand in the basket. It's kind of neat. A little janky, but kind of neat. Now we're just heading around to find the entrance to the cave. In response to the question, how do you cross the border to get to the New North? Basically, there will be a ship that you can take in Windhelm that'll take you to the New North, or alternatively, there is a cave route that you can take from the far eastern side of Skyrim. And there are quests associated with both, so you can pick your own path, so it were. So we are in the cave now. We've got a few of our nice little Dwemer assets in here. Some really neat like gears and animated things that we've created, as well as those lights. And here we're just taking a look at what we can do to solve the problem. As you can see, there's a pipe with a bit of steam coming out of it. Looks like it's not doing too well, so we'll have a few options here, what you can do to fix it, based on your skills, based on the way you want to roleplay, and any one of these will do the job. And now that that's finished, we will head back and talk to Snorri again. Yeah, in response to the comment, I imagine the scripting enabling disabling of this was quite time-consuming to set up. Yeah, I believe Cothry, who did the primary level design on this, has a very fun screenshot of the CK that she wants to share on our community server after this is done, just showing the stages of the bathhouse and the kind of crazy spaghetti that was going on in there to make all of the all of the stuff in the basement work. And a kind of fun thing to note about that, if you're kind of into the technical side, is that the nav meshing of that whole level is exactly the same throughout all the stages. It's just that the clutter and the areas that are able to be walked in have just been flavored with different objects and obstacles and things. All right, so we are going to head up and talk to Snorri once again, tell him that it's finished. Snorri also has a little bit of fun flavor in regards to his name. Just a little detail about his character. So now we are going to check out the final stages of the bathhouse and see what all of our hard work has brought us. There's a nice little decal on the door now. And the finished bathhouse looks like this. Very intricate murals all over the walls. Those were done by our fabulous artist, Deer. The bath itself will actually have a buff that you can use once you've completed it, and various citizens of Dagenfell will go around and also use the bathhouse while they're at it. We do have a towel item that you can wear and equip, and that we thought was pretty fun, just a neat little thing to have. And the murals also kind of tell a little bit of a story, a little bit of the history of Dagenfell and the surrounding region, and some of the Nordic lore we've got going on here. Yeah, it was just it's a neat way to add a lot of flavor into the region and kind of, do a little bit of the town as an experience. Yeah, the towel is a kind of nice little aesthetic piece. We really like the way it turned out, and we hope you enjoy having fun with this, as well as the quest and the general ambience of Dagenfell. So I think we are almost about wrapped up on this. All right. So yeah, thanks for your eyeballs and your attention, and yeah, stay tuned for more from the New North.
Thank you very much, Meglos. If I get a quick question before you go away.
Sure.
We've got a question from Goat Unicorn. How much of the New North and Morrowind itself is focused on rebuilding, like the quest that was just shown?
It's a decent amount. There's a couple of themes that we're exploring is first the idea of rebuilding and kind of finding your identity after this kind of big event has shaken up everything, and as well the tension between Nord and Dunmer is another theme that will carry through in the New North. And then as far as the rest of the province, there's themes of that and just kind of the old way versus the new way, and the trauma of this kind of past event shaping everyone, and how do you deal with that? That's something we're interested in exploring.
Amazing. Thank you so much. It looks very exciting.
Thank you.
All right, folks. So next up, we have the special segment. But before that, we're going to take a little break for a couple of minutes. So keep tuned and keep your questions coming in the chat, and we will answer them in our Q&A after that. Thanks a lot, and we'll see you in just a moment. Hello, folks. It's Captain Stu once again, and what a spectacle it's been so far today. Thanks to all the Beyond Skyrim teams involved for all the work that was taken to show what we just did. It's absolutely incredible. And now it's my great honour to introduce our second and final special segment of Creation ModCon Day 1. Our destination today is halfway between mystery and intrigue, as we head east on a gourmet's pilgrimage to the land of nutmeg and cloves. So, without further ado, let's make for Black Harbour and Esroniet.
Entry 11, 27th of Sun's Height, 4th Era 201. Amius reflection on Black Harbor. The heat is still killing me. Feels like a confounded sauna out here, not to mention the water. I came to Esroniet to find my footing, to get to understand life beyond the Imperial Army, maybe find a beautiful local to spend my leave with. Instead, I get asked when I make my return. By my own people, no less. If I had a coin every time I got approached with that question, I'd be Emperor. Ha! Of course, the Esri in this city adore our Emperor, like a son to a father. He is a guardian to them in their direness. This place isn't all it appears to be. I will, however, give the benefit of the doubt. Black Harbor is a mighty fine city. A reminder of the home I ran around as a kid, Anvil. These Esri claim it was built by the snake people of Akavir. An interesting claim, though they couldn't seem to elaborate when this happened. They seem to struggle quite a bit talking about their people's history, as if they couldn't remember. In all the days I've spent here, well, I guess I'm gonna miss it. The end of the world, and I'll be popped back in the middle of it. Only 4 more days to go. Let's make these ones mean something.
Amazing. So I'm with Cell. Cell, tell us about yourself and tell us what we just saw. Cell, are you there? Have we lost Cell? Hello, Cell. Are you with us?
Sorry about that, everybody. Hello, my name is my name is Sol, and I'm the lead writer for Esroniet. As you can see, we are like an independent project at the moment, so we're working on this new island here called Esroniet, and it is a pandemic isle. So it's one of the few isles that Uriel Septim conquered, I should say, in the Third Era. And as you can see, the city here, Black Harbour, is very inspired by the Imperial conquest that happened. So there is a lot of Imperial influence on the island, particularly in Black Harbour, though. Yeah.
Amazing.
Kind of,
so how long has this been in development for?
we've been going for about 2 to 3, I'd say about 3 years now. And it's been a very big journey for us, just going from very little, because it's a very kind of place that has very little that you can find online. So we basically started from scratch.
100%. I remember looking at the kind of all the lore I could find about it, and basically a lot of the stuff is about it's a rich source of all these ingredients. As you say, the Third Era history, and the fact that, of course, it's kind of a halfway stop to Akavir. Is there any kind of that Akavir influence in Black Harbour?
Yes, there is actually a lot of Black Harbour influence. Black Harbour was actually built by the Desashi, and they have pretty much left their influence very hard on the city. Ever since they left the Isles in the First Era, they've just carried that influence through Black Harbour. And you'll especially be able to find a lot of that in its underground ruins.
Amazing. And just to be make sure we're on the same plane here, you're talking about snake people, aren't you?
Yes, the snake people of Akavir.
So what is your group's kind of view on that? Were they in fact snake people, or were they just people?
That we are kind of leaving to people's imagination.
Very good.
We want to encourage people to have like their own ideas. Obviously, what we're going to show is going to be based on very different ideas of what they could be. So there will be a lot of sort of signatures and symbols going throughout Black Harbour's underground ruins of what they left behind.
And is there any other kind of interesting features about the island that you can share with us before we let you go?
Yeah, actually, there is quite a lot of different influences that have gone throughout the entire history of the island. So there was the Esri, who are the locals, have a sort of cultural split between two people. So there's the traders and the separationists. The traders are the people who live in the cities like Black Harbour, and the separationists live in the villages that go beyond Black Harbour. So you'll pretty much meet these two different cultural splits, and you'll be able to choose between who do you think is more right to have their say on the island politics. And that's pretty much what I think that has carried Esroniet's differences throughout its history. It's how the people have such different ideas.
Amazing. Well, I can't wait to see more from you and more from the project. Thank you very much for sharing that with us today.
Thank you.
So yeah, I think we should probably move on to our Q&A. So thanks everybody for sticking with us for that. Bear with us 1 second and we'll be with you shortly.
Righto.
Hello and welcome back to our Beyond Skyrim Q&A. And it's been an absolutely barn burner of a day so far. So as I say, if you miss anything, don't forget to check it out on the YouTube channel afterwards. Now to the Q&A. Let's have a look at who's what esteemed personnel are on our panel today. So we have, first off, we've got good old Rob. Hello, Rob.
Hello.
And then we've got Meglos with us as well.
Hi there.
And Mr. Hendris.
Hello.
Is it Hannes lurking in the darkness there? Is he?
Yes, hello.
Hello. All right, guys. So we're gonna get cracking straight into the Q&A. So first question I've got up here is an Elsweyr-based question. So I'll fire that probably to Rob.
Yep. What
does the Tiagra you showcase translate to?
So there's two pieces of Tiagra in the showcase. The first is on the Riverhold stall, and that says an approximation of alchemical shop. So the fun that we have with Tiagra is, although it's a very extensive language, it doesn't allow us to translate things directly from English to Tiagra. So we have to translate it into pseudo-English and then to the words in Tiagra that actually exist. So something along the lines of alchemical stall. And the other piece of Tiagra is on the Mara shrine, and that is a prayer to Mara, which I don't actually know exactly what it says, but those are the only two pieces of Tiagra that I recall being in the live segment.
Very nice. And to keep it on the Khajiit topic, will the new first docs be playable?
They won't be. Yeah, they won't be. The only first doc that will be playable is the one that's playable in the base game Skyrim, because as people are aware now, one of the tenets of Beyond Skyrim is that we don't change the base game, so they won't be playable. But I suspect very strongly that will be one of the first things that people mod in, is the ability to play them.
Amazing. And Shaunaverse asks, will the Khajiit and Argonian variants appear in other regions of Beyond Skyrim?
So they will, but I suspect because of the difficulties of creating clutter and housing that accommodates all of the different first docs, that the majority of projects will only use the humanoid first docs outside of Elsweyr.
Tremendous, thank you very much. Got a couple of Morrowind questions here now, so maybe find some Meglos. This one's from David Hollis. I think we might have answered them. Will the New North be similar size to Beyond Skyrim Bruma, the pre-release?
It is comparable in scope, a little smaller in landmass because it takes place on several islands, so there's a bit less walkable ground, but the kind of water area makes up for that. And the quest content is, I would say, relatively similar in density, plus we will have a main quest in ours as well.
Very exciting. Here's another one. Will Beyond Skyrim Morrowind have spears? What other weapons?
We haven't looked into spears that much because, as Rob said, we're not really going to touch base game mechanics to that extent. But we have many different kind of unique weapon designs that we're excited to show off in the game. One of them you may have seen, we've showcased it a couple of times, the Morag Tong little kind of daggers that are a kind of unique shape where you hold them in a kind of upside down way with the handle sticking up. Things like that we'll have in our game, but not so much in terms of new mechanical weapon styles.
Amazing. Just a quick little interlude. We did get I just had a raven come in that tells us that the Tiagra from Elsweyr on the shrine was Mara, mother cat who holds all Khajiit close. We pray for love. Isn't that nice? So back to the Morrowind questions. Oh, I've misplaced them. I'm terribly sorry. Here we go. Yes. This question. Oh, the last question was also from True. This question's from what? Will people from the New North react differently to you if you complete the Dragonborn DLC in Solstheim? And that's for Meglos. Hello? Oh no, we lost her. She disappeared. What a spec!
I don't know what happened there, but my Discord decided to just not display my voice anymore. Yeah, there might be some instances of various things like that they recognize. A question we get asked a lot of the time is, do the Talvani care if you completed the Talvani quest in the Solstheim DLC? And the answer we give for that is yes, but with an asterisk, because we don't want your experience of the quests and the gameplay to be cut short or diminished by your actions in other DLC or the base game. Because if you were automatically a member of House Talvani after completing the Solstheim bit, and you wanted to go through the Talvani quest line in Morrowind, that would kind of soft lock you out. So we'll have it affect smaller things, little dialogue flavors here and there, but not make large changes to the way you experience it.
Excellent. So next up, I've got some questions for our esteemed Atmora colleagues. This question's for Pyrus. The Atmorans haven't invented ironworking yet. Do they? So that's the question. Sorry, let me phrase that better. Have the Atmorans invented ironworking yet, or had they?
So the Atmorans had access to a lot of materials, but iron was one that was a bit absent always. They are currently stuck, or they were in the Bronze Age, which means that they had a lot of access to bronze and to other materials as soft as bronze, and that was kind of it. Any other more exotic materials they would have gotten from the Skyrim colonies over in the land that we now know as Skyrim.
Fantastic. And here's a question from Daniel Miroshinikov. Sorry, I just murdered your name. Miroshinikov. Do they have something like I Need Coal system? I'm assuming that's a mod I'm not familiar with.
Oh yeah, so those are survival mods. We plan on integrating survival mods as Frost, like Frostfall, like I Need. We plan on integrating them and creating patches for them. But since we are still in development, we can't make any We can't make any promises. But we would like to integrate them somehow. That Atmora will feel a bit more survivally than the other projects.
And that answers Folgado's question, which was about Frostfall compatibility as well. Fantastic. Thank you very much. So we'll move on to some general questions now. This question is from Unknown. Will there be new powers and permanent buffs in Beyond Skyrim? Has anyone got any permanent buffs or powers?
Yeah, we will have we have new spells, we have new kind of we will have new shrines and that kind of thing in the New North, and some different quest rewards that might contain buffs and that sort of thing. So yes, on that.
There's something that I can quickly add in for Atmora. So because Atmora is so cold, and because in that cold there's not much that can grow there, Atmora will make use of runestones as an alternative to potions. The player will be able to pick them up, find them, and then make use of them, similar to scrolls. However, these runestones will be rechargeable, given a bit of cost on the player's side.
And for Elsweyr, we answered that in the previous segment, actually, but just for anyone that was not watching at that point, we will have a new spell school. It's under development. I've seen it. It's really, really, really cool, but we're not ready to show it off yet. And we have a lot of shrines in Elsweyr. You saw one in the live stream. We have, I think, about a dozen more that are being in the process of being concepted and created. So we'll have a lot of shrines as well.
Perfect. Now, I've got a very important question from Floyd Vincent here. What pets will be available to get in your respective mods?
Well, they're not a pet, but we have the Sludgy, who are the large capybara-looking critter that is a beast of burden. Not technically pets, but I guess they probably could just about be.
You saw some bantam guar in some of our showcases, I believe, and those are the sort of little domestic animals you'll see running around in the New North.
I thought you'll get many pets in Atmora, Hendris.
Not really pets. So the smaller something is, the more deadly it will probably be. But we have already showcased the war boars during, I think it was the Advent Calendar event during last December, where we will hope to be able to make use of these giant boars as mounts if possible.
Right. I just like to take a moment for the baby guar there. It is adorable. I do love the baby guar. Next question is from XG417. Will there be Hearthfire properties in any of the new provinces added to BS?
I don't believe so, no, because of the complexity of the Hearthfire system. It's been discussed before, and it's a development nightmare, from what I understand. So it's unlikely to be made use of.
Yeah, we've had similar discussions. The answer is definitely not in the New North. We'll see when it comes to the mainland, but probably not.
Atmora is currently playing around with that idea. Since as your journey on Atmora develops, you've got an expedition camp, and we would hope to bring you ways to fortify or otherwise improve and upgrade on that camp. It's not going to be proper property or a proper player home, but it's a camp that you will hopefully be able to upgrade in some capacity, depending on what's possible and what's also just available in the world space of Atmora. You can't put down any like drama heating stuff, for example, but you have to rely on furs and other scavenge material.
Amazing. So next I've got a few questions from Eurobomb. We'll try and answer them all, but I'll take one just now and do a few more from other people, and then we'll come back to it if we have time. So the first one we got from Eurobomb is, how much will being a Nord or a Dunmore or an Argonian affect your playthrough? Will there be any locations / quests that are locked / open depending on race?
I assume that's sort of more Morrowind leaning. But basically there's in the New North, there's a lot of different flavor dialogue if you're one of those three, as you might suspect. It won't lock you out of any content currently. When we get to the sort of southern bits of Morrowind with the Dres and that sort of thing, it'll be more significant. But at the moment in the New North, it's mainly just flavor.
I've got a question here from Joseph Wilson, and his question is, are y'all planning on redesigning the lockpicking UI for any of the provinces?
No, I wouldn't think so. And that's adjusting the base game, which we just don't do.
Exactly, yeah. Back to Eurobot here. Another question from Morrowind here. Will Morrowind have a main quest line similar to Cyrodiil with the Imperial Succession?
Morrowind will have a main quest line. It's not fully developed yet, but as I said, the New North also does have a main quest line as well. So we are very intent on making sure there's a big story to kind of follow throughout all of the stuff.
Next question is a bit of an insider question. This is from Billy Bobster 22. Is there going to be a Beyond Skyrim Alinor?
Oh, well, there is an Alinor project. Indeed. It is planning on applying to join to Beyond Skyrim. I have some familiarity with the project. I'm a lead on it as well. Whether it's successful in his application and when that will be, only time can tell.
Lovely. Now, here's a question that I think we've probably all had to answer at some point with our involvement in Beyond Skyrim. Does the Beyond Skyrim teams use Elder Scrolls Online for researching any lore? Ooh, this is a contentious one.
Well, yes. For Morrowind, that would be yes. But mainly as a reference for inspiration for taking ideas from rather than very concrete things, because there's a lot of different controversial decisions that ESO made with the lore that we do try to take into account and follow when we can. And when we can't, we usually find a reason why something may have changed or things might be different now because of the huge gap in time.
Yes. Elsweyr's answer would be similarly yes, but especially when it comes to the lore, as anyone who's spoken to me for more than about 10 seconds on the Beyond Skyrim Outpost knows, I absolutely despise the ESO choice of having dragons in Elsweyr. And a lot of the external aspects of Elsweyr, the aqueduct, for example, they don't make any sense at all in terms of the environment but there are aspects of ESO that we like, particularly in the exterior, in the visual storytelling aspect. The lore, a lot less so.
For Atmora, it's the same. It's a yes, but. So ESO obviously didn't go to Atmora yet, but it showed us some stuff from the very early first era nodes. I'm trying to keep that all in account, especially when it comes to just looking what Atmora might have been. There's a couple of references to Atmoran culture in, I think it's the Greymore chapter, and we are trying to take inspiration from that. But obviously, because Atmora has started a couple years ago, before Greymore was a thing, there are a couple of things that Atmora might make different. We'll just need to see how it shapes up in the end.
Great, I knew I was going to open a can of worms by asking that one, but it had to be done. We'll go to the last question that Eurobond sent in. This seems to be more pertinent for everybody. What is your idea to quest design? Is your focus more on the RPG-style open-endedness where your character determines the outcome a la Baldur's Gate, or are you more focused on compelling narratives?
Well, I don't see why those two can't be mutually exclusive. It's always been a goal of ours to tell compelling narratives and also have room for choice for the player. Because of the nature of Skyrim, it's a little less open than something like Baldur's Gate would be for obvious reasons. So, that level of choice and different approaches in a game with voiced NPCs is not something you can really do just for quote-unquote budget reasons, even though we don't have a real budget. But offering different ways to approach things and different ways to complete quests is something that's a high priority for us.
Yeah, I'd agree with what Miklos said. Exactly. For Elsweyr, it's the same goal.
Yeah, same for Atmora. For Atmora especially, we have a big theme on choices and consequences. There will be multiple times on Atmora where you need to make a choice, and both outcomes might not be desirable. So you need to be able to decide which of those two bad outcomes is the lesser evil. And we also have planned options for the player to fail the main quest. As in, the expedition fails, and the player will need to now find their own way out of the continent. And I can probably also tease that a couple of quests, depending on the player's choice, will impact your style on Atmora quite a bit, due to things suddenly being awakened which should have been left asleep.
Actually followed up with a nice wee question here from Soviet Recenseer, if that's how you pronounce it. Can you talk about the expedition team you'll be traveling with in Atmora? I know a little bit because I've seen the characters as a voice actor, but can you extrapolate on them a bit, Hendris?
Sure. There's a couple of things that I can tell you about. So the expedition team is privately funded, but it's got strong ties to the East Empire Company, which you might have already met over on Solstheim, or well, in Windhelm. The team itself is going to be no more than 20 people. So by the time that the player actually joins the expedition, they are pretty much on their way away from Tamriel. So even if the player joins, there's going to be the player basically took the last spot available, which also means that we don't plan on letting any followers follow the player to Atmora. Just because, well, while we have ships, these ships have a size limit, and I would assume that they have packed their cargo compartments full with just clothes, fur, and food, and everything that you might require on Atmora.
Fantastic. This question's from Piolda, and it's Elsweyr topical, or should I say Topol. Will Topol Island be part of Elsweyr? Rob? Have we lost Rob now?
Oh no.
Am I back?
Yeah, you're
he's
back.
Good. Sorry
Did you
about
hear that question, Rob?
I did indeed. Yes, I could hear but not speak. So yes, Topol Island is part of Elsweyr, despite the fact that it's extraordinarily close to Argonia. It is actually part of the Elsweyr team's remit. It has actually been landscaped, although that's just for LOD, because it is so close to both Argonia and Cyrodiil. It needed some LOD. So yes, it's our little island.
Very nice. Here is a question again for Hendris about Atmora from Ray. How was the main story of Atmora shaped out? Not asking for spoilers, just asking if any major changes have taken place across development.
So the Atmora main quest has started development many, many years ago, and I'd say that the overall story and the main actors have stayed the same, but we have changed a couple of personalities, we've changed a couple of characters from the expedition, for example, and we have also been playing around with the order of things to make the main quest more sizable, to make it easier to implement, to have things make more sense. And broadly speaking, our main quest will probably be divided into 3 acts. And I can probably tell you that the first act is all about how to actually get to Atmora and arriving on these northern shores. But the rest, that's going to be a secret for another time.
Ooh, exciting. Here's a question for Meglos. I think this might be somebody that's got a bit misunderstood, but we'll ask it for them anyway. It's from Savile CZ. How in Oblivion are you managing to make the entire mainland when Skywind's been tackling just Vvardenfell for almost a decade?
Well, we're taking it slow, and we're focusing on our New North pre-release for now, and we'll see what comes after that, is all I can say.
I would say it's probably because there's a lot less Morrowind by this point as well.
Yeah, I mean, the whole Vvardenfell island is a shadow of what it once was, and most of our development will be in the south and on the 2 sides of that.
Yeah, they're not really comparable, really, in development, really. So yeah. Let's see what we've got next. It's that username again. The Swordar Online Dick Riding Association. Are there any planned or fondly dreamed about cross-region quests/quest lines planned for Beyond Skyrim later down the line?
It's unlikely, from what I understand, because it's technically very difficult, and it would require that you would have both mods installed. So if for example, you had a quest where someone from Elsweyr, an NPC from Elsweyr, sent you to Morrowind, that would assume that you would have the Morrowind quest, the Morrowind mod installed, and it's very, very technically difficult, from what I understand. So it's unlikely, I would say.
Very good. Well, I'll tell you what. So we've only got 5 minutes left. I'm going to try and fire some quick fire questions at you guys. So brace yourselves. First off, from Simon Hopper, will Beyond Skyrim's projects utilize Everglades animated traversal mod in future by chance?
Pass. I haven't heard of that mod, so I can't.
Me neither.
Comment.
Me neither.
Yeah.
Something asks, will Beyond Skyrim release more standalone mods like Wares of Tamriel or the Bone Mold weapon pack, like containing some new armors or clothes?
There won't be anything pan-BS released. So Wares of Tamriel was a one-off, and it has been retired and won't be replaced, won't be redone. or there might be another version of it. Whether or not individual provinces like Morrowind or other provinces release individual armor packs, etc., is entirely up to them.
Asha asks, is Morrowind taking inspiration from Tamriel Rebuilt?
Yeah, generally, we have had conversations with them in the past. We look at their work; they're doing very good work, and we take inspiration from a lot of their stuff.
Fantastic. Jaden Darby asks, but I'm actually suspicious this might be Nicolas Cage asking, do I have to wear expedition gear if I'm in Atmora, or if I'm a vampire in Atmora?
Yes, you will have to wear your gear. It's not so. A regular person might freeze to death, but for a vampire, with temperatures as low as the ones you find on Atmora, it's probably more of a question of, oh, will I freeze solid? So even if you're a vampire, even if you're like a werewolf, you will need to wear your clothing, or else you will have a very bad trip on Atmora.
So you end up pretty much like Jack Nicholson at the end of The Shining.
Absolutely.
Perfect. Right. Well, I think that will probably do it for the Q&A. I think we managed to get through all those questions, guys. Well done. We've got a question just came in, so we've got time to answer it. So it's from Goat Unicorn. Question: it has been said before that the Dragonborn will be recognized sometimes. Would the player also be recognized for his deeds in other provinces?
That's another difficult one because
Yes.
again, it requires a lot of things to be kind of developed and set in stone before certain other things can be developed, and that's a bit of a hard thing to do.
Since Atmora is a bit more closer to like the Skyrim Nord culture, so for you to start Atmora, you will need to be recognized as the Dragonborn by the Greybeards. So you will need to have the title of Ysmir. Otherwise, it just won't start. And thanks to that, Atmora will utilize the player's title as Ysmir whenever it comes up. And also, if you're part of the Companions or the Cult of Winterhold, or even if you're carrying around Rutharth or other important artifacts, you might be able to have more unique dialogue if you are carrying those around.
Amazing. I just had another little raven come in and give us some information about that mod, Everglades mod. In regards to using Everglades mod, unlikely to be used, but might inspire our experts with behaviors, is the message I've got. So there you go. And a somewhat answer to that question. And I think that will probably do for our Q&A. So thank you, Hendris. Thank you, Meglis. Thank you, Rob. Thanks for all the mods, for all the questions as well. Stay tuned. We'll got one more section for you, which is a kind of review on Creation ModCon, past, present, and future. Just give us give us a few moments, and we'll be back with you very shortly. Thank you very much. All right, folks, and thank you for sticking around for the very last panel of day one of Creation ModCon 2022. It's our Creation ModCon panel, so we'll be telling you a little bit more about the convention. But before we start with the yapping and the chin wagging, we've got a little video to fire to out first, which will go over the winners from our lore book contest, our screenshot contest, and our art contest. So sit back and enjoy.
Hi, and welcome to Creation ModCon's Community Spotlight. For this weekend, we're all about appreciating the community and the individuals in this wonderful world of modding that we live in. I'm Nariel, one of the organizers of Creation ModCon, and I'm here tonight to present to you the winners of our community contest. Talented and creative individuals who love Elder Scrolls submitted their work in the hopes of winning honor and glory and be forever immortalized within our hearts. So sit down, strap in, and prepare to be amazed as we look at our winners for Creation ModCon 2022. For this year's lore book contest, the entry could be anything that the player can pick up and read. And so for third place, we have the Journal of a Mage who travels north to Atmora on behalf of the college.
Dinner in the Dark by Indis Dog. Read by Renara Hawk. This journal excerpt was found on an icy floe near Atmora. 4th Era 118. Sun's Dusk 16. Oh, I do believe I have offended my colleagues at the college. They have sent me out to this blasted waste to study the different types of hawkers. Hawkers! All because I insisted that pompous Breton mage to tell me his real name. He isn't some damned folk hero. Augur of Dunlane? Ha! I bet he didn't foresee that. It was already too cold in Winterhold for a man of Imperial stock, and yet they send me further north still. It's contemptible. I do hope I survive this expedition with all my extremities intact. 4th Era 118. Sun's Dusk 20. I have to say, this sea of ghosts is really quite remarkable. The curling tendrils of frozen mist seek to ever ensnare our little craft, as it lurches through more ice than water, it would seem. The unbearable crack of ice shorn by the bow has left me restless the past few nights, and it certainly seems to have scared away most hawkers. Hermamora is a word constantly on my shipmates' tongues. These men, of more hoarfrost than hair, have treated me well enough, though, if I had to guess, that would be the ample stipend by the college. 4th Era 118. Sun's Dusk 27. Disaster! I do not know what attacked in the night, but the sea roiled to life. With sickening groans and crunches, I was pitched from the wreckage. In the capsizing, I managed to clamber to a nearby iceberg. I do not know what became of my fellows. To my greatest surprise, there was land to our north, or at least the largest glacier I have ever seen. I was able to carefully make my way along the icy floes for what seemed like hours, when I finally reached solid footing, and I collapsed inside of a tunnel carved through the ice. I must remember, if I ever make it out of this, I should thank that elf who guards the entrance to the college for teaching me the ways a mage can stay warm in even the most frigid of climes. 4th Era 119. Evening Star 15. As I wandered these damnable caves, a brooding voice boomed out. Man or mer? I was rooted with fear, and was barely able to squeak out that I was indeed a man. Then come feast, the voice responded. At the prospect of a banquet, my heart leapt, and I sped towards the ever-warming hearth of a Nordic man who sat at a long table, adorned with trappings of an elder age. As I gluttoned my way through a carnivorous meal, the man introduced himself as Rorlak, and began to ply me for information about Sarthal and the companions, of which I know very little. Only too late did I notice the flicker in his deadened red eyes. Now I shall be bound here, in much the same way as my progenitor. Atmora, home and prison.
For this year's concept art contest, the prompt was to design a shield. It could be any type of shield, any style, and we judge it based on design language, originality, world integration, and overall presentation. For third place, we have Angel Dragon Queen and their shield white gold. The shield is made of steel and the very same stone of the white gold tower, yet is surprisingly light, perhaps due to the mysterious Aelid gem that lies in the center of the shield. For second place, we have Dovahkiot's Hermaeus Mora themed shield from Akavir. And finally, first place, we have Pepegachan and their design of Malaxarex Kite, a Dwemer kite shield created by a dwarven engineer in his attempt to harness lightning. Huge congratulations to our winners, and well done! If you'd like to learn how to do concept art, regardless of your experience in 2D, join the Arcane University. We have no pressure and no deadlines, but everything you need to learn the tools of the trade. For second place in our lore book contest, we have a Khajiit illusionist who uses magic and knives to aid in his escape from pursuing mercenaries.
Escaping the Jaws of Death by Gladwyn Gester. Written by Augustine Glöckner. Read by Renara Hawk. The great bazaar of Riverhold was bustling. The scent of sugared cuttlefish and roast kagauti spiced the evening air, and artisans from all over came to sell exotic wares. From the most basic of weaved baskets to the most precious of Alkosh charms. Most intriguing of these artisans was Hiskir, the brindled-furred illusionist running questionable dice games out of the back of a wind-chimed cart. All was going splendid for Hiskir until the appearance of a Kadir of Dunma had him packing his supplies, briskly joining the crowd of bazaar patrons in an effort to hide from trouble. No doubt they were mercenaries from Morrowind, either to take him back to enslavement or kill him. In his haste to leave, one of the mercenaries spotted Hiskir and notified the others of his whereabouts. The wind flew along the Khajiit's ears as his swift walk turned into an urgent run. Rounding a corner, he began conjuring illusions, casting erect shadows running down the alley opposite him. The sound of "The farming tool went that way!" grew faint, as all but one of the mercenaries chased shadows. Closer to Riverhold's outskirts, Hiskir dashed for the cover of desert rocks, only to be met by the mercenaries still pursuing him. Cornered, he drew his jambaya and prepared for a fight against his Dunmer pursuer. Closing in, the Dunmer swung one of his ebony daggers at the Khajiit's face. Instinctively, Hiskir ducked under the swing and pierced the mercenary's leg with his jambaya. "You insolent maggot!" The Dunmer's raspy voice screamed out in pain, as Hiskir tore his weapon from the Dunmer's leg and attempted to stab again. But before he could, the mercenary pulled his other dagger and slit the Khajiit's wrist, causing him to drop the jambaya. As Hiskir clutched his wrist, the mercenary kicked the Khajiit's side, sending him tumbling into the rocks. Yet that did not halt the illusion spell he began to summon. Hitting the shadowed rocks, Hiskir seemingly disappeared. The Dunmer's eyes leapt around, trying to locate his prey. Suddenly, as if he were transported by magic, the Khajiit dauntlessly charged from the shadows behind. However, the Dunmer mercenary was not so easily caught unawares. He turned around rapidly, securely setting the hilt of his sword on his hip, and impaling the Khajiit in his charging attempt to wound his hunter. Skewered on his sword, Hiskir was a motionless statue, illuminated only by the moonlight of Masir and Secunda. The Dunmer released the cat's blood-caked body into the river, and watched as it floated away, satisfied with his artful work. Or so he thought. Hiskir, the real Hiskir, waited quietly for the mercenary to leave the site where he slew the cat's duplicate illusion. As soon as he was gone, Hiskir crept out of the darkened corner and slipped silently into the night, once again escaping the jaws of death.
The screenshot contest was a new category this year. The prompt was to submit a screenshot from one of our affiliated project's releases, which is at the moment Bruma from Beyond Skyrim Cyrodiil and Hestra's Nest from the Arcane University. The screenshot had to be taken by themselves and no post-processing was allowed. The submitted screenshots were judged based on composition, originality, and overall presentation. Third place is Appetency and their submission of a Khajiit admiring their sword in front of the Sentinel, taken in Bruma. And second place was scored by Random Guy 68 as he captured the white gold tower rising through the fog in Bruma. And in first place, Lily captured the eeriness of the unmarked cave in Hestra's Nest. Thank you for these awesome screenshots. It's always fun to see how somebody else sees your mod, and you guys get some really unique angles. Really brilliant. And finally, first place in our lorebook contest is A Contemplation on Life by a man nearing its end.
Learning to love in a world of hate. Conveyed by Nowhere Niles. Written by Manhattan. Read by Renara Hawk. My mother and father fought often. One worked a mill, the other a kitchen. They never lied, nor put their knuckles to use, but brutal honesty lays the truth harder than a fist ever could. Our trips west were marred by icy demeanours and frigid replies, colder than the Alakir heat had any right to allow. Yet they never parted ways. Not when I was a seed, not when I was a sapling, not even after my trunk stopped growing and my limbs stopped reaching. I admired that. The dedication, the desire to see things through despite their misgivings. I didn't always understand it, but as the years wind down and my light dims further, I think I finally see it for what it was. Love, real love, isn't dictated by constant adoration and pandering, but by cooperation and understanding. Passion is spicy and short. Home simmers long and sweet, rooting beneath the surface as the start of something greater than yourself. A family? A legacy? I am that legacy. My life seems like a cliché. At a glance, born and raised in the southern reaches of Skyrim, living in a land cleaved by nature. Falkreath Hold has very little separating itself from Colovia, aside from the obvious mountain range. The same history, the same culture, the same people. What difference is there between a sawman in a Colovian forest and one in Falkreath? The trees cut, the leaves itch, and the wood builds civilization. Should nationality define them when society places them in parallel? For some, the answer is clear. For my parents, it mattered less how they were viewed, and more so how they viewed themselves. During the long days of winter, trekking to Hammerfell and High Rock filled out an otherwise empty schedule. Dunes as far as the eye can see, overlooked by the dull reflection of Massir and Secunda hanging above. So different from home. But those same moons guarded my dreams back in Falkreath. And every night, children the world over looked at the sky and witnessed them as I once did. Life isn't an equation to be solved. It is a compromise, reflection and growth. A lesson that can only be gained, not taught. Learning to love in a world of hate.
We've had many fantastic submissions this year, and it was so tough to choose only 3 to show for each category. Really great work all around. Thank you so much to everyone who submitted that work. And even if you didn't win, trust me, it was a really tough choice. We truly have the most creative community. And for our viewers, are you interested in learning to mod? Do you wish there was a place that could teach you things such as creation kit implementation, game writing, 3D or sound design? The Arcane University is open for your creative journey. If you already feel proficient in your skills, our partner projects are always looking for creative individuals to join their teams and make these mods a reality. And that'll be all from me today. Hope you enjoyed our little community spotlight, that you enjoyed the winners, and stay hydrated.
All right, and thank you very much to all our contest winners, and of course to Renara for reading them out. So we have now come to our final panel of the day, the Creation Mod Con panel. We're just going to talk a little bit about the past, the present, and the future of Creation Mod Con. So I'm with Diegler and I'm with Rob, two of the event oversight. There is a third one who'd be Nariel, but unfortunately Nariel can't be with us today. Because she's watching a joust. So
or something.
There's that. So I mean, that's a pretty good reason to miss this. So yeah, I'll kind of throw it to the boys. So Creation Mod Con, gentlemen, whose fault is this?
yeah. Just, Nario, sorry not to make it. But you know, everyone who's helping out with the organization this year has already done so much. I could try to list them off, but I'd probably miss a name or two. This thing is such a huge, collaboration. Sometimes I lose track. But you know, we are going at it better and better each year. Some things probably good from last year. Some things probably good from this year. Maybe some year down the line, this thing will be the creationist of modcons. But yeah, it's kind of like it's kind of like a volunteer project inside of a volunteer project. I don't know if many of the viewers out there kind of see it the way we do, or know the way that this thing kind of gets planned is very usually quite a bit of time in the making. You know, these things can we're all, what do you call it, spending our free time on these modding projects, you know, doing the development side of things, and this event is kind of within that. It's a volunteer event that kind of unites all the volunteer projects, and for that to even be possible is just really cool. What do you think about that, Rob?
Yeah, it is, and it's the first time since I've been in Beyond Skyrim that to start with the big three, so Skywind, Skyblivion, and Beyond Skyrim, really did anything of consequence together. So that last year was particularly exciting because I've a lot of these people like Zix and Rebel Size, I've only ever met on when they've streamed like Skyblivion stuff, etc. So that was particularly exciting for me last year, and seeing it develop to what we refer to as the partner projects, the two that we revealed today and the two that we'll reveal tomorrow, is even more exciting as we expand the roster of projects involved. Of course, to your point, that increases the complexity, so the amount of organization that the three of us and everyone else who helps out has to add to their development time is significant. But when you see it live and when you see people's reaction to it, it's all worth it.
I would say for me as well, obviously being on the tier below the event oversight, as it were. But the fact that we get to do an event like this is fantastic. But the fact that it's within this particular community is great, because everyone from all the projects gets on so well, and everything gets done so efficiently and quickly. So it's that speaks a great deal to the actual community that we're working within as well.
Yeah, and you got different talent across different projects. Like some projects are better at certain things than other projects, or they're more specialized, I should say. And they really bring that, to this event, to just like make it better. What's interesting about it to me is that it like in an environment, I don't know, this isn't like some closely held secret in the modding community, but the way work gets done, we don't really have lots of deadlines. So in like a very deadline adverse environment, Creation ModCon kind of creates goals for projects, and kind of acts as a deadline, interestingly enough, for people to kind of get some work done and show it off at the next ModCon. And that only really works if people buy into it. But so far, people are slowly more and more, buying into it. So it's really cool.
Yeah, I mean, to that point, Elsweyr, the Elsweyr core has already discussed what we're going to aim towards for next ModCon. So you're right, it does give you some short-term goals in what is a very long-term project. So from that perspective, it's very useful because it provides focus, and also it provides a result. The Elsweyr team can look back on ModCon 2022 and be very, very proud of what we've achieved in the last year. And that's very good for team morale and for recruiting, etc.
Also, when you're looking at other projects and looking at the work they're doing, that inspiration as well is really driving on each team, I think, as well. Because even if you compare just this year to last year, and the kind of depth of things that we've shown already today, there is a tangible kind of improvement.
Oh, definitely. Yes, very much
100%. And we only can improve through the community that we're in and through community feedback. We plan to send out a feedback form at the end of the second day. So once you've seen all of Creation ModCon, what we have to offer this year, we really can only make ourselves better through your feedback. As last year we got some really great feedback, constructive or otherwise, from our viewers, to find out what you guys like want to see, what you're most interested in, things like that. We want this to be more for people who are watching than doing it for ourselves. But obviously we're doing it out of passion, so at some level it is for ourselves, but we want it to be an enjoyable viewing experience for everyone out there. So stay tuned for that feedback form, for sure.
Obviously, with just being on the first of the 2 days of ModCon this year, What are we thinking about the future for ModCon? What's kind of our long-term goals?
Right. Yeah. I mean, I think it falls in line with what I was saying before, all that stuff about wanting people to enjoy what they're watching, but also internally, those deadlines are super, super helpful for keeping our communities updated on things that are happening. Um, in terms of what's interesting is last year we had ModCon in November. Well, it was December. It was planned for November, happened in December. And this year, we planned for August and we actually got August. So that's already an improvement internally. But we were initially shooting for a summer date, but we will be seeing kind of how that develops. I won't speak too soon, as really when the event happens is entirely dependent on the people who are available to plan it. So, if even if the winter isn't maybe the highest point for when people would be watching a convention or something like that, maybe that's when, people internally are most available to do something like this. So it's very weird to me. It's all so difficult to plan for sometimes.
And we've actually I've already had one project team that wasn't involved in this year's ModCon ask if they can be in. Well, they actually wanted to be in this year's ModCon, but it was obviously far too late. So we've already got additional projects and teams coming to us saying we'd like to be involved. So we are looking to grow it. As I said earlier, the roster of projects involved, we'd like to expand that because it then takes pressure off the teams that are already on it, because it's quite a lot of. I was speaking to Hayden earlier. It requires a lot of effort and a lot of assets to make it like the scene you can see at the moment with Cyrodiil on the screen. If you were to pause it and count the number of different assets that make up that scene, it's an awful lot. So it's an awful lot of work to show new stuff every year. So the bigger the roster we have, if a particular team says, I'm sorry, but we just don't have the content for this year, then we can say that's fine. We've got plenty of other teams ready to take up that time. You can just miss this year and then come back next year stronger. So that's another thing that we'll also be looking at doing after this, talking to all the projects involved as well.
Yeah.
Just to cap kind of both of those points as well. Like I've been watching the chat today, and the chat asking about which projects could potentially be coming on board for Creation ModCon next year. There was a bunch of them got mentioned, so you never know. You just have to keep watching and see if we do add stuff for next year.
Yeah, it definitely depends. We will we want to expand, take it year by year. Well, we want to expand, but we want to take it year by year, to make sure that we don't what's it called? Fold in under that expansion. And make sure that we are doing our best to bring just take it year by year. I guess. To sum it up.
Well, I guess it is time for summary now. So before we conclude a very successful day one of ModCon 2022, do you guys want to thank anyone?
Of course, thank all the viewers for coming to the event today. You guys are awesome, and you're the reason why we do this. And thanks to all of the organizers that I definitely cannot list, but you know who you are, for all of your help in just bringing this event to life, and all of the other projects that I'm not on, but that I collaborate with to make this happen. Everyone's just awesome for being here.
And I'd like to say a shout out to my fiance, who has had to be quiet for the last 5 hours while I go through things that she doesn't always understand. So thank you very much to her. And as Diegler said, thank you to everyone who's helped. Their help this year has been amazing.
Tune for it.
Indeed.
Yeah, let's go.
All right, guys, thank you very much. Well, we'll catch you all tomorrow, bright and early, depending on where you are, for Creation ModCon 2022, Day 2. And with that being said, good night.